We're live. Hey, everyone.
Oh.
Let me hit some buttons. This
Hello,
one.
hello,
I
hello.
forgot my chat reading device again. I should really make a note of that. I should remember to grab that. Oh well.
I mean, you have time to go get that, I presume.
Probably, but that requires standing up.
Oh,
And you're committed to this now?
Yeah.
I'm committed to the sit.
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm chilling right now. I'm like slightly leaning back in my chair a little bit.
Oh shit! At like a 30 to 45 degree angle.
Oh man, like not even like just
Holy
like a little
shit.
less than that. Like a 28 degree. Nobody's ever seen it.
Stephen McClurky, thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you.
It's fucking crazy, yo. Hi, welcome to Forgotten Indigo.
Hey, everyone.
Wake the Dragon, 6th
boy.
floor, Session 0, final remix.
That's
Delilah. Featuring Delilah from the Forgotten May Cry series.
2/3 above Sleepless Nights.
Mhm. Rev 2.
Big Zam.
Kai.
Listen, the entire point of making any sort of series is to eventually get a subtitle as cool as Guilty Gear Rev 2.
Yeah.
That is a good name.
Xrd is a silly title. Rev 2, very good.
Xrd Rev 2.
Now,
I like Xrd more than Rev 2.
what?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Gonna have controversy before
No.
the game.
So
starts.
let me say it. Xrd.
Okay.
Xrd
Yeah.
rolls off the tongue better than Rev 2.
Xrd, every time I look at it, it looks like a fucking math equation.
Exactly.
Zerd.
And you know what Rev 2 means?
What's that?
Revolution. But why do we need two of
No.
those? One
Because you
and
didn't
done.
do a good enough job the first
First-
time.
Well, then maybe they
The first one
deserve to
didn't
not
work.
have a second one.
Listen, Rev 2 is a sick title.
Yeah.
I will not go by any Rev 2 slander in here. Modici, thank you for the sub.
Thank you, Monichi.
What about
I mean-
what about Rev?
Thank you very
That's a
much.
car.
Yes.
Very good.
That's pretty good. I'm down to play a card game called Rev.
Yeah, we got Rev, which is the hit skill that Nero from Devil May Cry 5 has.
I like to think Rev is Hollywood's attempt to make putt-putt like cool
Oh,
and edgy
And religious.
it's the shadow.
and religious.
It's the Shadow the Hedgehog of the putt universe.
That's the second time today Putt-Putt has come up in a conversation.
Zogo Bane of a lot, thank you for all of the subs.
Holy
Thank
shit.
you.
We are not doing anything worthy of that much. Like we're talking
Damn.
about the Putt Extended Universe.
Thank you so
went on
Holy
much.
big
shit!
Holy
Thank you
cat.
so much.
The Putt-Putt cinematic reboot was a real disappointment.
That tiny ass
Yeah.
car went through time.
Mm-hmm. And
What?
space.
Went to the moon? Yeah.
And the moon, yeah.
Probably solved a crime or two, if I had to
Probably.
guess.
Man, if I streamed games, I would stream Putt-Putt.
Really?
Honest to God, yeah. I own
Nice.
all of them because they're
Aw.
wonderful.
You ever think about how in Freddy Fish, at the bottom of the ocean, there's a car that looks eerily similar to Putt-Putt? And all
There
I can
is?
think to myself is that they drowned Putt-Putt at some point.
Drowned, huh?
That's right. Putt-Putt was Delilah's car, you know?
God, imagine if that's the...
That's the big twist.
I hate this goddamn car.
So I watched him drown.
Putt-Putt's been in the vacuum of space. He doesn't need oxygen.
Yeah. But can he handle the existential horror of the depths of the ocean?
I thought it'd be really nice, you know, to get a horn installed that just goes beep, I'm sorry. But I got so fucking sick of it, I drove that car into the ocean, and if anyone ever apologizes, I'll kill him.
Don't do it. Delilah would not say, "Ho, don't do it."
Don't make me call my
Twitch says-
second car Tut Tut.
John Twitch says Putt may not need oxygen, but does he need not water?
Look, we already know that he and Freddy Fish exist in the same universe at
No.
the same time, and if she came across him, she would aid him. We have proof of this in the canon.
Putt drowned, and nobody can deny that to me. Get the X-Files on it. Yeah, that was a really weird episode of X-Files when they had to investigate the fucking mysterious disappearance of Putt.
Yeah. I like the creepypasta Putt drowned.
Sacrilege! Get your hands off my tiny purple boy.
And we've waited 5 minutes. What do you say we get into this?
How about we introduce ourselves?
That's kind of
Good
wacky.
plan.
That really is mixing things up. Okay.
Hi, Will.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Will. I play Delilah Daffodil Deltano, and tomorrow we're gonna also be doing Eben Ward because we're finally back into that. And I'm also on here for other various streams and things like that. That's about it.
Yes, indeed.
Nice. Hi, J-Man. Hi, I'm the J-Man. I do a bit of everything. I'm currently crashing on caffeine right now, but that's fine. Did you know that we have an official Discord and a website where you can find a bunch of our shows in an easy-to-find format? Hell, you can play a gacha game on there. It's crazy. You should go check it out. It's fucking free gacha. I mean, come on!
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, go check it out. I have to update it still. Rolling stuff at the top is very fun. We're gonna add a bunch of new faces soon. Yeah, please go check out the website. I'm the one who administrates it. I need to update it still. A lot of
And
the most
what's your
recent episode. What was that?
What's your name, too?
Jay, the GM of this game. Hi, hello. Go subscribe to Linda Rose Everlasting Patreon if you want more shit. There's good stuff over there, etc., etc. The remainder of Echoing Bonds you can still check out over there. That'll probably go up sometime between chapters 2 and 3. But if you want to catch it early, you can see it over there. The remainder is very good. I don't know why. I'm just on an Echoing Bonds kick lately. Like people keep bringing it up and going like, "Oh, that was a good time," and I'm like, "Fuck, that really was. It's good.
Good.
Check it out." Mask.
Hi, I'm Wandering Mask. I help out here. I do art sometimes, maps, and basically admin. You can throw me a few bucks to tip me for various things, and also I draw dragons sometimes over on Ko-fi. Thanks for coming out, folks. Hope you enjoy the show.
Yay.
Excellent.
Huh.
Okay. Let's kick this off. Yeah, let's kick this off with this theme. Delilah, this is a memory from quite some time ago. You remember your eyes peeking open, the dim room around you, barely illuminated, but something about your pupils punctures through just the same. Carving away that darkness, you are able to appraise your room. It's expensive, but you have no basis for such things, not at this point in your life. Looking across, it seems almost barren and empty. Looking backwards, this barely even felt like a home at the time. But, just the same, something about your mind coerced your eyes open. Fluttering popping sensation, almost like hints, flicks of a flame, or individual sparks that drove your consciousness awake, but as soon as you hit the waking world, faded once again. You start to stir, pulling yourself a little bit from the side of the bed. Uncocooning yourself, you put one foot on the ground after the other, and you stand up straight.
Oh. Yeah, no, she'll pop up, and very quickly she gets her little hat and plops it on because it's her favorite. Yeah, and I guess she'll kind of boogie on over here. Did she like hear anything or?
No. For some reason, you are awake, fully and truly, and it's important that you move. You're not sure why. Describing this feeling is difficult, especially with the mind and emotional capacity of a child, but it almost feels like you're being called somewhere.
All right. Delilah, very tentatively, and she makes sure she puts on her little slippers, not to get too cold, and she'll slowly creak open the door to see if maybe someone had approached or maybe even called out to her.
Well, you go to the door and you slowly open it up. There should be no one in the Deltano mansion. Not around now. The servants go home around this point in the day. It's quiet. Should be silence in the mansion, but as you move around, you start to hear a slight shifting, almost the clinking of glasses. Uh, the twitch of something more expensive? What did Mom call it again? A chandelier? You move down. You're pretty sure the hallway was never quite this long. As you do, that darkness starts to peel away like bits of golden leaf. And out in front of you,
Oh,
a gorgeous banquet sits. People shift around. This place certainly does not exist within your mansion, but it seems as natural as if it were always there. You
uh,
start to move in, footfalls resounding off of the walls. The chatter around you is building up and up and up, but you finally place that feeling. It's that of invitation. You are welcomed here.
yeah, no. Delilah looks around and, uncontrolled, she opens her mouth, which is pretty frightening to look at. Oh my goodness. And she just scurries up immediately to all of the treats.
Someone moves forward and gestures you over. Their words are actually indistinct, sort of bouncing off, more understood than plainly spoken. They say that you should enjoy yourself at this feast. That all of this was, to a certain extent, prepared for you. They're more than happy to let you sit and enjoy.
What
And
is all for me?
a nod that reverberates through this place.
Well, I hope you would join me, sir.
They move in. The party goers, all with these large, borderline rictus-like grins, moving in, enjoying the food. This You remain this way for a while, Delilah. The sensation starting to build and spread throughout your chest. It's funny. The best description of this is like you're floating on air. It feels so disconnected from the real world, but part of you knows that you, to a certain extent, made this happen. You feel accomplished, invited, and welcome.
Yeah, no. Delilah at first is like a little off put just because like, yeah, the faces are a little intense. And she even like kind of hides her own face whenever she tries to eat food, but realizes pretty quick that no one seems to mind. And in fact, probably encourage her to smile a bit more.
Yeah, you start to indulge and engage with it more and more. The same sensation, this popping, growing, almost gold tinted experience spreading throughout your entire mind with every individual bite. Who knew food could taste this good? And
Yeah.
just, and just like that, there's a crack. It all breaks at once. What the hell are you doing? Someone moves into the room, and there's a snap, and one word resonates through the back of your head, Delilah. A word that you believe defines your magic, thoroughly top to bottom, infused as thoroughly as that gold essence that moved through that place. And just like that, it's all gone.
Uh,
All of that shifts away into oblivion. And Delilah, you you start to open your eyes. This is that wasn't a dream. That was a memory. Something that you remember still clear as day. You remember the sensation that it drove through your body. Let me move you over to here. And you come to in your apartment. Your actual apartment. You you sit up on the bed, and yeah, what do you do? How do you feel?
Delilah, she actually sleeps with a sleeping mask on because she can't
Yeah.
turn off her light. So she sits up, Oh, hell. And just takes the mask off and just lightly tosses it over to the side and rubs her face a couple times. Mm, no, that's going to be a nice sign of how today's going to go, huh? And she like actually like pats herself down a bit. Okay, I'm real. That's nice. Okay. Well, hell, I might as well just get up. No point in trying to roll back over. And she
And
gets up and she grabs this like big fluffy robe. Of course, it's pure black. And she just kind of scoots her way out to the door.
And yeah, you come out into your apartment. This is not the same Deltano mansion that you were born and raised in. You actually, when you took over the family, you decided to move away from that place. Or was it before then? Regardless, you decided to separate yourself from that big mansion over by the wharf and sort of make your own way in the world. This is just a normal ass apartment, few stories up in the Flag District.
Yeah, I think the first thing she's gonna do, she like checks the fridge to make sure that she has what she wants to make breakfast, even see what she's gonna do in particular. And she'll like start like preheating the oven and whatnot, and she goes into the bathroom and she just kind of like stops and stares at the mirror for a little bit. And takes a gander at them big pearly whites. Yeah, that's real too. Ain't that nice? And I think she'll have just a nice shower real quick.
Yeah, you like freshen up like you wake yourself up fully, pull yourself out of it. It's pretty darn early. It's like 4 in the morning.
I don't think that's like too strange for Delilah. I think that's a little earlier than usual, but yeah. And Delilah doesn't really keep lights on because she just has her own light, so the bulbs are out.
Yeah, you move around and you provide your own illumination as you shift through the apartment.
Let's see here. Is Doris here?
Not tonight, no.
That's
It's just you in the apartment.
Yeah, I think Delilah then decides to make herself. I think she's gonna do like hash browns and like fruity tooty waffles. Basically, just big waffles, just covered in whipped cream and blueberries, strawberries, bananas, also all of that stuff. It's just a very colorful, bright, and fun breakfast.
You start to get to work, and you know what? Give me one of those feast rolls.
Yeah. Oopsie, not to do. To dar.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, tell me what you're saving from that.
You know what? Because of how this all started, yellow. Yeah.
Makes sense. You cook yourself a pretty good meal, as you sort of try to pull yourself from that dream. You remember that time pretty clearly, and sort of as you do, you feel that same flick, like a twitch of electricity around your temple, like something that's crawling itself alongside the side of your eye. As the sensations move across your tongue, you start to feel that same sensation spreading and blooming. Food never tasted this good. And then just like that, it's gone again.
Oh, God. She just kind of grips her head a bit. Not today, please. Might help if no one else is around anyways. And Delilah will just drop her illusion.
Yeah.
With her more normal face.
You settle in and you let the illusion go. The magic that you maintain around your person is so tightly coiled that, maintaining it is almost second nature at this point. This is borderline no longer an expression of magic. It's just who you are. So as you let it go, it's almost like like unclenching a fist that is always clenched. You start to feel your internal magical blood start to circulate a little bit better, and your body sort of evens out a little bit more.
Alrighty. Well, just about done with all this then. Delilah thinks. Does she have any particular plans or...
You've got to take care of business over at the Deltano offices in the morning, same as always. You hit up the funeral home, you chill out there for a bit, you send people on their way, answer phone calls, deal with the day's business so that hopefully for the remainder, the Deltano family can run itself. But yeah, your normal 9 to 5 equivalent functionally is making sure everybody's got their orders and everybody's doing them right.
Yeah. All right. So Delilah's going to make a little bit extra because she's probably going to go find Jeremiah first, most likely, unless there's someone else she needs to talk to first, and make him breakfast at least. She's not going to do anything more than that.
Okay. So you make yourself a little bit extra and you prep it. You get your little lunchbox container together and you get ready.
And Delilah remembers, she's like, I mean, ain't no one gonna see him, but I better brush him.
Oh.
She goes in, and it is a long process for Delilah to brush her teeth.
Yeah, that's right.
She has a special brush that's actually like the bristles themselves are a bit longer. And also the toothbrush itself is just a lot longer because it's got to go all the way back for the way back there twofers.
You set yourself up and you go through the scientific process of brushing your teeth. Is Delilah the type to brush only once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day after every meal? Like what? How often does she do this? Because it takes time.
I think she does it like immediately when she wakes up and but just before she goes to bed. And maybe if there was a kind of meal where she's like, that's going to get stuck in my teeth.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Let's clear that out. Okay. So you go through the process and you're feeling a little bit better about it. No one's gonna see him, but at the same time, fresh mouth is a fresh mouth.
Yeah. She looks at herself a couple times. All right. And she grabs her little bag and she heads on out.
You walk outside and go into that same old corridor as always. It's a sort of dingy thing. Carpeting on the floor extends in all directions, giving it an almost homogeneous appeal. The patterns starting to spread and scrape across the ground. They focus you in on your destination rather than exactly where you're walking. If you weren't used to your exact apartment, you would probably get lost on the way up here. It's that sort of labyrinthine building. As you travel and travel and travel, tracing those same patterns across the floor gets a little more difficult because they seem to extend and stretch and jump a little bit more. That same sensation spreading and popping around your temple.
Oh, good.
Something's acting up. Something is a little bit off. And as you go, you notice that the sensations that are changing it isn't just what you're seeing visually, it's also what you're hearing. Carpeting shouldn't make a noise like that. Clack, 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 clack. Every step, every heeled footfall seems to bring you somewhere else. You walk, you move, and even your mind tells you at various points to slow down, but for some reason it feels like the pace does not change. Regardless, you will wind your way to this destination. And in front of you, the door is cast wide. You find yourself in the midst of a beautiful banquet. Gold leaf seems to adorn the floors on both sides. Beautiful fountains with a ruby encrusted in the center, spewing crystal clear water into their grand basins line either side of the room. in front of you, on the far side, is a golden throne. The partygoers, same as always, watch you with their glorious, brilliant, sharp-toothed smiles. And this time, as one moves in, you hear the voice far more clearly. Excellent, you're back! He walks forward and opens his arms.
Why, thank you so much for the kind welcome. Delilah's thinking, is this a common occurrence?
No, this is the second time this has ever happened to you.
I don't mean to be rude. This is, what the hell's happening?
They look around. Well, welcome to our banquet. You, of course, are Delilah Deltano. You're always welcome here. But he takes a look back around. I was hoping, actually, the first time you appeared to ask you this, but it's taken until now that I felt it was appropriate to do so. He takes another step forward and actually leads you up to the plates of delicious food. Delilah, the first time you were here, you didn't know what this food was. You didn't know exactly how to prepare a steak, what that pasta dish was, what you did to rice to make it look like that. But now you can point at every single instance, and you know what all of this is. Top to bottom, you can make this food. You've been making this food for years, actually. This almost seems to be a table, an arsenal of Delilah Deltano. Some of the best stuff you've ever made is adorned in front of you. And the partygoers seem to be enjoying it greatly. They all move around, eating your best of the best, your greatest hits of dishes. Shifting around, they flash each other smiles and move about the room. This person looks back over to you. I was hoping you could actually provide us with the main dish. See, we have so many wonderful treats to eat, but there's nothing here that can truly satisfy us. You are, of course, the chef of all of these things. He motions to all of the food in front of him. But I think I am most interested in Delilah Deltano's magnum opus, the greatest food that she could possibly cook.
And what, pray tell, might that be? Is there anything in particular you had in mind, or?
He shakes his head. I don't know. I don't know what that is. He stops and thinks and takes a step backwards. What is the best thing that you believe you could cook?
Well, I mean, the amount I can, it's pretty damn good, I'd like to think. But there is a difference between best and favorite. So, if we're going for the best thing, I think let's just do a nice big turkey, huh?
He quietly nods. And the people shift around and you hear murmurings of, oh, turkey, oh. Sort of shift throughout the room. The partygoers appear to be quite ravenous, despite the fact that they're eating just the same. I should point out also, Delilah, it's a funny experience in a lot of cases, and in something like this, where your magic's acting up slightly, it can wind up manifesting as particularly scary or insidious, and despite the appearance of this place, that inviting feeling hasn't moved away just the same. Well, of course, you're going to need ingredients, right?
Yes, and actually, perhaps if I regret to change my answer so quickly and suddenly, but maybe we should do pheasant instead.
Looks back. A pheasant? Oh, quite fancy. Oh, that, regardless of the dish that you make, I'm certain it will be delectable.
Of course.
Where would a pheasant be?
Delilah just I think Delilah's in this kind of state where she's like, I know what this is. You can't trick me. And she just snaps her fingers and just makes an illusion of one.
You start to create an illusion. You try to create an illusion connecting up to the food, and that same magic word almost worms its way up in the back of your throat. That same sensation seems to cut you off, and as you try to manifest this illusion, it comes out just like that. It comes into the world as an illusion. It flickers, it jumps, it's empty, and everyone looks at it a little surprised. What is that?
I mean, it's just about the same as everything else here, right? It's all fake.
I sort of look at each other. Fake or not, I would rather like a pheasant that you created from your heart. He turns back around. Tell you what. Reaches out and snaps his fingers, and suddenly the room is filled with individual motes of light. Popping and dancing around you, one flares to life almost directly behind you. As I said, fake or not, I'm interested in seeing what you could make, to see if you could finally satisfy this banquet, truly in plenty. He sort of points over to the various motes. Do me a favor, tuck your head in, gather ingredients, and do your best to create a dish that is the most Delilah Del Tano thing in existence. It may all be fake, but what we experience here just the same can have an impact on hearts and minds. I want you to, motions around, feed this banquet with your heart and mind.
Well, she kind of looks around, and there is a moment where she's like, this is nice, even if it is all fake. And she's like, well, it's a good thing y'all woke me up early this morning. Well, I got time, just this once.
They smile and nod appreciatively. Thank you, as always, for the food.
Yeah, I guess Delilah examines this cloud.
Yeah, you touch the cloud and you can feel it. This connects to somewhere up. It's a resonant popping feeling, just like the same as your other magic. Manifesting itself in front of you, it starts to crawl its way up your arm, discoloring your flesh, but moving in deeply, causing you to see and swim and experience other skies. So, well, here's going to be the fun mini game for this session.
Oh no.
Yeah. We are going to I'm going to describe to you, or basically I want you to describe to me what Delilah's mood is. We have a wide selection of different scenes to pick up from here, and we are going to pick up based on your current feeling. So you can also roll to die for this to see how Delilah is feeling, but we're going to move through a wide variety of scenes, and in doing so, you're going to create your perfect dish. But we'll talk about that on the other side of the first scene. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Think about this for 5 seconds.
All right. Back. Okay, I don't know where he's going. Oh, Lord. What is Delilah feeling right now? Vote on your phones, chat. No.
On your phones today. Sorrow, anguish, hatred.
I mean, I guess, like, because, like, seeing this again is bringing her down memory lane. So I almost wonder if it's, like, hopeful. I think it's a more positive emotion. It's definitely more reserved at the moment, and I think tired is playing a part, but I don't think going based on exclusively tired is a good idea. Um, Cautious optimism, yeah. because she's like, she's like genuinely curious right now. She's also a little scared because her magic has not acted up like this to this extent in a long, long time.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Have you considered? Let me get the music playing.
Yeah, like I was mentioning to the folks. I think right now she's like a little scared, a little nervous because her magic has not acted up this way in a very, very long time. And
Yes.
certainly not to this extent.
Yeah.
But I think there's also like a small amount of cautious optimism just because it does remind her when she was like 10 years old, the first time her magic kicked up, and like how exciting and exhilarating it was to not really know. Because for Delilah, it's an adventure. And she doesn't have those very often, especially as an older lady now.
Okay. I can build off of that. There's definitely a scene related to that. This is a very sweet one, in fact. So let me there. Okay. Let me grab this one.
That's actually a question. When Delilah was at the little table with all the food, could she touch that? Was that?
Yeah, it felt like you could touch it. You could definitely get the sensation of touching it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would weird Delilah out a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if you could, like, you might have made the effort to touch it. It's like, oh, this is strange. So you come to, and we're gonna explain sort of the second part of how this works. You find yourself in a similar location, actually. This is one you've been in before. Move you there. Okay. This is one you've been in before. This is one that you were in very recently, in fact. It feels like all of 10 minutes ago, maybe? You're back in your apartment. You're back home.
Well, what a grand adventure.
But you feel like something's different in this room. Yeah, something else is happening in here. You sense a certain light and liveliness that wasn't in the apartment normally. Normally your apartment's sort of dark like the abyss is the best way to put it. But right here, right now, the abyss seems bright and happy.
All right.
You sort of like put your hand on the door and slowly push it open. You see something funny. You know who these people are supposed to be. You see an outline of two. They seem vague and indistinct. One person lies down in the bed, listening, staring up at the ceiling, occasionally kicking their feet, and the other sits there with a book braced across their lap, reading them a story. Delilah, you can clearly enough remember this memory. And as you look at these two, you start to feel your magic flare up again. By just exacting your illusion on the scenario, you could push this into reality very easily. So Delilah, I'm going to give you a choice here. You can expend your magic right now, basically push it out into the world and cast an illusion to complete this scene if you so wish, or you may leave it incomplete.
Oh, I don't think Delilah would pass this up. There's no way Delilah would pass up this.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You are going to give me a roll to do. This is a very surface, like, first of all, if you've got a swing, drop it. So I'll hit the button. Now give me a roll to do using whatever stat would build off of your illusions.
I think based on what this is going to be, it's got to be blue.
Yeah. And I'm going to roll for the difficulty of animating this illusion. That's a pretty good roll. This is one you actually think about, honestly, kind of regularly. So creating this is just going to be I rate these 1 to 5, and that's the number of D6s I throw in. Ooh, pretty good roll.
Oh.
So This is not a very difficult illusion at all to weave. And when you successfully weave the illusion, we play out the scene. So, Delilah, you look through the door and you remember back. You remember back to a time when someone was still staying in this house every single night. Someone who, well, at the time, was quite small. Let me doink and doink and doink. Yeah, you sit there at the edge of the bed and you're reading a story to Doris. The remainder is you two.
And that happened. That what happened, Mama?
Well, dear, the log cabin night. Well, she hasn't gotten there just yet. I'm just so excited to get there with you. All right. she sets it down. Now, remember, if you want to hear the rest of the story, you can't look at me. All right?
Okay, Mama.
All right. And Delilah, she continues her story, and when she does so, she drops the illusion on her face and makes it very certain that Doris is not looking. And the reason why is just above her, illusion plays out. This is when Delilah wasn't very good at illusion still. She was still kind of getting a hang of it. But all of the pictures that were in the book are now animated and moving and dancing above her head. And so she continued onward and piecing together this mighty castle that she wanted for her new princessness, as if you will. And she had done many things. She had gone about cutting down these trees with the axe borrowed by the lumberjack. She had assisted the town with many nasty little creatures and all the sort, because she needed the gold in order to buy more tools and things. But in that process, she learned that, well, by golly, I kind of like this whole night thing. And being a princess was kind of boring. So she still finished that castle, because, hell, it was halfway done. She covers her mouth really quick.
Tiny finger points back at you accusingly. She does this often enough that she knows not to look, because then the magic stops. But the little tiny finger go, oh, did you say a bad word?
I know I said it, dear. I know I goofed. I just pay attention to the illusions. Now,
Mama said a bad word.
you are fair is fair. Anyways, the night, or I guess the princess to be, decided to finish up the castle because it was already
Did you
nearly
build a
done.
swimming pool?
You bet your bippy she did.
Yeah.
And then she realized it was going to be lonely in that castle, and there were so many folks that had helped her anyways. She decided to give up her, well, nobility that she had earned in this process and let everyone stay in the castle, and instead she stayed outside, ensuring their protection as the log cabin knight.
Did she fight dragons?
I bet she did eventually, but you can't just dive into that immediately. She's not nearly as strong as you, I would wager.
I could fight a dragon. If a dragon came at me, I would hit it in the nose, because dragons are like because that's where crocodiles are weak. It's if you hit them in the nose.
That sounds about right. I must admit, I don't know nearly as much about dragons as you, but that sounds correct. Although, last I checked, you weren't exactly familiar where they came from either. Do you remember our little egg incident just the other week?
No.
Doris, we do not lie in this household.
Yes, Mama.
I remember.
Dear, if it means anything to you, while that was quite the mess, I appreciated your help, and honestly, that really brightened my day. Don't do it again, but
You
it
can
just
feel the thoughtful expression on the child.
oh, I see you thinking, girl. Don't you dare! And she just reaches over and boops her nose.
Aww.
So, I mean, with that story done, she just closes the book and looks back over. You can look again, dear.
Immediately turns around. I'm gonna be the log cabin knight. I'm gonna be the city knight. I'm gonna be the indigo knight. I'm gonna be pink, cause pink is a better color. But it's gonna be indigo, cause that's the name of the city, right? And I'm gonna I'm gonna be the pink indigo knight. And it's like 2 colors, but it's gonna be pink.
I think that's a wonderful idea, dear. Let's see here. You've got plenty of time to figure that out. And I must admit, and she kind of leans back on the bed a bit more, I'm still trying to figure out where to find you not classes because it's not exactly like, a cooking class where that's just readily available. But don't you worry. I am asking around and we are going to find you a chance to be a squire.
I'm gonna be a squire, mommy.
Well, you got to start somewhere. You can't just dive into being a knight immediately.
I bet I could.
I bet you could too, but we wouldn't want to make all the other knights jealous.
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess that's true.
indeed, dear. Besides, I want you to get extra training because I believe in you, because you are very strong. You are much stronger than me. But I
I'm
still
so
want
strong.
you.
I can move the bookshelf. I can leave half the books on, and I can move it. I can't lift it yet, but I'm work every day. I push it a little bit, and then I push it back.
You do that often, and I must admit, your strength it is something else, dear. But I bet it has something to do with all that, good cooking you've been getting. But
Beams.
all the same, I know you could do it, but I want you to have that extra training just to make sure.
Okay, Mama.
I know you can do everything by yourself. I just don't think I'm ready for that just yet. I mean, heck, you're so young anyways. You shouldn't be out there bopping dragons in the nose anyhow.
I'm always gonna come home to visit my mama.
That would be really lovely, dear.
And I'll bring you back trophies. I'll cut off a dragon's head, and I'll bring it, and you can put it in the we can put it on the wall.
Maybe we don't need to go that far, dear. That seems a bit extreme. How's about you just give him a bop, tell him to leave the town alone, and we would just take it from there. Yeah?
Okay. If they promise to be nice, I'll be nice.
That's right, dear. Because not every single situation should be handled with a fist or a weapon. Talking is just as good.
Nodding.
All
And
right.
if they don't, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna punch him in the nose.
Yep, not to do that. Delilah nods. She's like, she wants to encourage her, but also is like, "Ugh." Alrighty, my sweet little peach. And she leans in and she gives Doris a little kiss on the forehead. I think it's about bedtime, yeah?
Big yawn.
That's what I
Okay,
thought.
Mama.
All right.
I love you.
Oh, dear, I love you too. I don't know how on earth I got so lucky to get you, but I love you to pieces.
Big smile, little sleepy eyes start closing.
See you tomorrow.
See you in the morning, dear. And we'll make sure it's a nice big breakfast for you. You decide. But don't think about it too much right now, all right?
False.
No, I didn't even hear that. She just
you start to separate, you start to sort of separate, and you remember how the scene played out. But as she moves over and clicks the light off, the illusion vanishes as a whole, and the scene fades from your sight. And you find yourself actually back in the same spot you were earlier. Same old banquet. Let me delete that. And all that seems to die down, and it's a funny thing. As you seem to pull this essence of yourself, this clear image back, you feel like the cauldron in the center of the room is changing. To a certain extent, you are currently cooking. I'm just gonna mark it with a little thing, to show
Oh
that
no.
added something to the dish. But otherwise, you find yourself back in the middle of the middle of this grandiose hall. Oh, excellent! This is off to a wonderful start. What a delectable ingredient.
Yes. Delilah's like kind of shaking her head, trying to process going from one illusion to another. She's just
Yeah.
like, oh boy, this is a lot. Oh, well, that was real nice. Thank you for that.
They kind of look at each other. Thank us. We should be the one thanking you. You're the one providing to us all of this.
Oh my God, I don't remember when she was shorter than me. Oh.
Clearly you do. Very clearly.
All right. Well, oh, if you don't mind me asking, as she makes her way towards another one, why now?
Hmm?
It's been 30-some years at least.
The
Why now?
the expression actually falls for a second. Because you're capable now.
Mm.
And then the smile returns.
I see.
Before we were more than happy to share the banquet with you. You were so small back then. But now more than ever, it feels like you can present a dish representative of the complete Delilah Deltano. So, thank you for doing so.
All right. Well, I hope I can meet those lofty expectations. Well, I mean, couldn't hurt to have a little treat.
Head on in. How you feeling this time, Delilah?
I mean, she's definitely feeling pretty good
Yeah.
seeing her daughter.
You're feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah.
Like any particular notes or things that you are focusing on itself. I've got an idea in mind, but the more clarity you provide, the better.
Yeah, I mean, she's really focused on just family at the
Family.
moment and just like how different it was then compared to now and just like the
Okay.
roller coaster it has been.
Yeah. Then and now. Then and now. Then and now. Okay, okay. I think I can
Yeah.
figure something out for that. Actually,
Oh,
before I swap us maps, grab Delilah for me and give her a roll to die
all
really
right.
quick.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
oof, bad.
Not too good. Okay, so let's move you somewhere. Okay, okay.
Honestly, it kind of makes sense. I think Delilah's in a really strange headspace right now.
Understandable. So you start to think more and more. You're focusing on how different things are for you currently than where you were before, and you start to remember something else. Hmm. I've gotta prep this one very fast.
No, you're good.
This was a weird moment for you. Yeah, this was a very odd one.
Oh, now I'm scared. We got one of the happies out of the way. I don't know what
Yeah.
else there is.
You remember a funny moment. You remember going over to the old IPDHQ, actually. You and Doris. Doris seems central to whatever consciousness you're experiencing right now. You remember traveling over there with Doris because someone you knew had to be picked up. Someone who was your responsibility. ability. It pops and flares against your head. Delilah, you can try to animate this illusion if you want.
Sure. Out of curiosity, do I have like a limited number of uses for this? Or...
So, as of right now, no, but you get the feeling like as this goes on, you'll probably need to pick and choose which ones you decide to reintegrate. But for this one, at the very least, your magic is feeling very strong.
Okay. If that is the case, I need to lock in one of these awful colors.
You don't have to lock in anything if you feel like you can roll higher.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll
just keep wild.
Yeah, roll to do. I guess I just pick blue then.
Yeah, then you pick blue because it synergizes with your blue. The advantage of a roll to die is if you get a high roll, you can carry it forward, giving you an advantage when bad things happen to you.
Got it.
Ooh, excellent.
Okay.
So this memory is certainly a trickier one. This is one that exists on the periphery of your mind, and part of it seems to present a rather unique flaw in itself. So that is for the base memory, and then we will do this for the remainder.
Oh,
okay.
Two.
You do manage to be. So, Delilah, you very good roll. Delilah, you start to. Oh, this is going to be fun. Delilah, you start to reach out your hand again, and you give yourself a little bit of space as you start to cast this illusion, recreating the scene from your mind. And two figures pop into the image almost immediately. They're little representatives fading away. The last one, you try to wrap a shape around it. You try to give it a form or a purpose or anything like that, but for some reason that shape literally cannot come to your mind. But you manage to get the audio working, is the best way to describe it. You manage to flick something on, and parts of the memory start to crawl in. You don't remember this person's name, but for some reason they were very important to you. You had to come over to the goddamn IPD station to pick them up because they won't stop fighting. They won't stop fighting even for a goddamn second. And almost like that, the figure sort of strides forwards. Thanks, Aunt Delilah.
How many times are we gonna do this, dear? You know that I've actually started clearing up my Thursday evenings because of this? Because I know what's gonna happen?
Listen, it's just, the sports teams are practicing that day. Everybody gets mean. I don't know. Listen, somebody has to protect Beretta because she can't protect herself, and she gesticulates throwing a punch. You look over her shoulder, and you see all of the police officers inside like, yeah, there she goes again.
Delilah just like puts out a hand to the police like, I have this. I know I've said that before, but I have this.
She puts down her hands, and they sort of hang for a second. Yeah, I appreciate you bailing me out. They're just looking for an excuse because I'm a girl from Seaside, and I'm punching an exchange.
Think for giving them an excuse, would you?
She stops and turns. Look, I'm punching an exchange student from Lancia, and it gets them all worked up, and I apologize. She hangs her head, and then her eye tilts open, looking at Delilah's reaction.
Dear, you are just giving them a reason to strike and stir up trouble because it gets a rile out of you every time.
I guess, but like, what's the better solution? Just let him get away with it?
No, dear. The better solution is to try and have a conversation. You can't keep throwing your fists at it because that's clearly not working. It might be time to try something different.
I tried talking plenty. Beretta's tried talking plenty too. She's got the big fancy education, the big fancy mouth, all that other crap. It doesn't help. It doesn't help her. They're merciless. She rubs her temples. Listen, they're not causing problems with me. I just have friends who aren't willing to protect themselves, and at that point, I see red. I'm gone.
I appreciate.
How do you stirring things up, making anything better for your friends?
Trust me, once I hit them once, they learn.
Is that why you've had to hit them again?
No, this is somebody different this time.
Oh
Every semester it's somebody different. I don't know why. It's like a revolving door of idiots.
We cannot keep doing this, dear. What if I sent your mama to pick you up, huh? Would that slow this down a smidgen? Because we both know at this point, I ain't gonna ground you or nothing, because 1, I don't have the authority to. 2, you wouldn't even put up with it anyhow. And 3, you know I'm a softie. It's frustrating, dear, because I know you are so much better than this. You have proven it time and time again.
She absolutely mutters something off to the side that's the equivalent of, I'm better than them too. And then she starts listening more and more and kind of nodding along. Yeah.
If you put your head to it, you don't need to keep getting into fights like this. It's about picking the right fight. You don't have to.
I was about to say, yeah, why is it okay when she fights? Motioning over to Doris.
Now, hold on, dear. First, have you tried talking to Darren Way? Have you tried?
Yeah. He tells me the same stuff. He's telling me I've heard it everywhere at this point.
Have you tried listening?
I have attempted to listen. Yes, sure.
All right. I'm very. I realize how frustrating it can be to hear the same thing from multiple sources, and that was not my intention. We will figure out a different way, but can you please try not to throw these punches all the time, unless you are backed into a corner.
Okay. Also, it won't be me that's backed into a corner. It'll be someone else. It's not my fault Beretta can't defend her. So starts mumbling off to the side.
And to answer your question, because it is fair, and I hate to look biased, Doris is a knight in training, and she does not go for fights immediately. She tries to calm the situation, and if they escalate, then, if necessary, we'll get into a scrap.
You gotta try talking first. If you just make assumptions, you're gonna hurt people who don't deserve it. Don't just ignore that. Just jump cut to her punching fade.
Yeah. No, off to the side, this person mumbles something. Yeah, tell that to the guy you put in the hospital.
Would this would probably be incredibly embarrassing. Do you want me to talk to these people's parents?
Their parents aren't even in the country, and plus they're like, I don't know. I can handle it myself. Starts muttering, like putting her head down, and then takes a step away. It's like, how do I say this? She like stops and bounces on her heel.
You could be a knight like me, You'd be good at it.
I don't wanna. Listen, you're sweet. You're great. I don't want to be a knight. I wanna. If somebody says crap, I want to be able to hit them without a code of chivalry or something like that. Listen, there are people out there that are rich or stuck up or whatever the heck, and just there has to be someone to get. She stops and just sort of settles down a little bit more. I don't want to be a knight, okay? I'm happy with who I am. I really am. I'm really happy with it.
And that's great, dear. I just can't help but notice that you got your mama's confidence and her smarts, but you also got her temper, and you got your rowdiness from your papa. And in a combination, well, honestly, she gestures to you. Beautiful. You're still explosive.
she folds her arms and like puts her head down a little bit. It might be it's not just because of my parents. It could be the line of work. It could be the line of work of my family, you know?
That certainly doesn't help, yeah.
I just want to say Doris has had that expression since the thing about I don't want to be a knight and follow the code of chivalry.
Delilah like reaches over and pats Doris a couple of times of like, dear, it's all right. Not everyone needs to be knights. Otherwise we'd have no plumbers. So
she puts her hands up. Well, thank you for picking me up. I've tried to get Dad to come down here before, but eventually they kind of stopped listening to him. So I'm glad they still listen to someone from our extended family. Thank you. She sort of bows her head. Can I buy you a meal or something? And then she turns around and looks. Delilah freaking Deltano. What am I saying?
you want to know how you can make it up to me?
Huh?
Can you just join us for dinner sometime?
Yeah, your food's always good. Thanks.
You make it sound like I'm twisting your arm, dear.
She like takes a step away, kind of waving. The two line up.
Excellent. I don't know why she.
It's all right. Say hi to your parents for me.
Waves and starts to move, and she sort of reaches the edge of the scene, Delilah. Something starts to sort of blur, like something catches, almost like a film reel starting to burn. As she reaches the edge of that scene, she almost entirely vanishes, and you find yourself in that same illusion? Yeah, this is certainly an illusion.
Oh no.
You look around the hall. Everything is empty. Long claw marks and gashes seem to run through the sides of this place. All of that gold has been almost frozen. An immutable ice covers everything. And the memory that you just saw, the one that you just forcibly reanimated, is missing so much of its key details, it could barely be called a memory as an instead a whole. You start to shiver.
Yeah, I think it's a process of many things that are getting to her. It's the change in scenery. It's the cold that she can weirdly feel. It's an eerie environment, but also the word aunt.
Yeah. You start to feel something, and you fixate on that more and more, and then you open your eyes. And you're back! It's funny, though. As you re-examine the room, you feel like whatever you did here, that added another component to the dish for sure. It hasn't grown any bigger or more full or anything since you picked up that last memory. In fact, it's like nothing changed at all. It's like there's just one of those clouds is missing. That's it. And you can remember like core details of part of that, like little bits that exist around the outside, aunt, etc. But that memory that you just experienced was missing so much.
Excuse me,
Turns around.
This might be a dumb question. Was that real? Did that happen?
He tilts his head. I don't know what he shifts and turns around. The one about reading the book to your Child, yes, of course that happened.
No, of course that one's very much real. It's, I was outside the IPD and there was, I believe it was some girl. She called me aunt. I don't have a niece.
They all exchange a look with each other. I'm unsure of who you're speaking of. The dish didn't grow any more valuable for whatever your exertion just did. I'm unsure of who this person is. Perhaps they are an illusion as well.
No, something is not right at all. She looks to the next memory. Maybe that'll help.
You start to dig in, and you move to the very next one. What is your point of inquiry now?
I mean, it's confusion.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a heavy focus. She is really leaning into the word aunt.
Yeah.
And I guess it's just curiosity.
Okay.
That's like overwhelming her.
Curiosity, you say?
Sorry, these are not strict like sad.
No, trust me. This is actually exactly what I want to hear. So it's curiosity. Aunt. Okay. I've got one for that. I'm gonna throw this one together really quick.
Sure.
This gives me an entirely different idea than anything we've got planned. So it's 7.5 seconds. If you need to use the bathroom, go. Now is a decent break time.
Yeah, I'm okay at the moment. This is really neat. This is not what I expected at all, but it's very cool.
I wanted to give you hella gameplay, and like since to a certain extent, we more or less have discussed or know a lot of the details of what's going to happen. I wanted this to still have like the way it plays out and exactly what you see to still have a lot of gameplay and game feel, because like fuck it, we get the best of both worlds this way, and if it works, it works. As is my motto for this game. Hey man, I'm just gonna fucking try something.
Look around and find out.
Yeah, that's just how it is. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is someone. This is one. Oh boy. Okay. Here's where it starts to get kind of fun. Yeah, we'll do this map. We'll do the map that I most commonly put players to and then forget to delete them. Hey Noctua, die Noctua, hey Fade. Okay. We're gonna put you over here on this. Grab some notes.
I also couldn't help but notice how many fog clouds there are. I'm like, what the fuck? What are these?
Yeah. Okay. Gonna go. Okay. GM. Player. GM. Chad, I hope you're having a good time.
Oh boy.
Then you. Okay.
It's an ominous you.
Yes, me placing down the little faceless guy with a shocking amount of venom, actually. Yeah. This scene plays out in front of you. These two faceless individuals are conversing about something. This is a rare moment, actually. A rare moment for you and someone very close to you. Your sister. You're talking about something. Was it your parents? It was your parents' reaction to something. It was your parents' reaction to deeper family. This discussion got kind of intense. you've been through some rough stuff recently. So, you gonna push and animate this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's her sister, and she's
Yeah.
genuinely curious. It's probably bad of me to like blow all
Oh.
these, but like I'm just genuinely curious.
Yeah. Okay, give me a roll to do versus their roll to die. There will be a basic roll for this one. You can kind of remember or animate this illusion. Beat a 9, which is not bad at all, and then there is a second component of this that looks like this. Okay,
Oof.
so
Oh no.
you do manage to animate the very first part of this conversation, but something's going to happen as a result of the roll. So
Oh no.
let's delete these two and swap it over. You sit out in front of the docks talking to someone whose face I want to say you'd forgotten, but you can't forget a face like this. You can't forget the face of your dear sister. She sort of sits out looking out across the glittering waterway. I was about to say you know what, but she mouths and bows with a little I'm sorry, you know with Diana in particular. You guys have gotten on about the topic of I'm sorry pretty darn frequently. I'd like to, at the very least, especially now, say I sympathize to a certain extent with Mom and Dad's treatment of your child.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're stuck. Well, you know, your Mister's still around and all that. And I mean, to be fair, you're not as young as me, so you know.
She shakes her head and looks out and over. Yeah, I suppose. But at the same time, it didn't stop Mom and Dad from putting the screws to him. Did you know his little up-and-coming family used to have about 50 people in it? It's kind of sad at this point. Only 4 or 5 stuck around.
My God, that many dispersed?
Of course. She sits back. That's the sort of reputation that winds up circulating around a person like that. She kind of looks over and looks at you like a little knowingly, I guess. Rumors start to circulate that they only fall in love with you, marry you, or have a kid with you because they want to move up in the world. They want to inherit the prestigious Deltano name.
Yeah. I wonder where that came from. I mean, so is because of your relationship with Dario, is that why the rest of the family wants, I mean, not even just our own family, but the Lucent family is not interested in being a part of it?
Yeah, unfortunately, Dario says it's worth it. He says it's for love. I think he would have fought back much harder if he'd had a personal stake in it. She like runs her fingers along the side of the bench. What was it like when they were digging into you?
Well, it was terrible. They grilled me pretty bad for a while there. They actually wanted to take Doris away.
I heard about that. She sort of drums her fingers again. What was it? Send her off to the Sunflower Orphanage outside of town? She shakes her head and then sort of like looks over. I didn't get it half as bad as you.
Well, to be fair, you are the favorite.
She
And I mean no malice by that. It's just fact of
Diana
fact.
lets out a laugh at that. True enough? Nah. It all falls on sweet Dario. Well, I suppose comparatively he got off easy as well.
To be fair, he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, The worst thing he did, and it's honestly beautiful, is he just really likes you.
Uh, she like looks over at you. I think, I think mom and dad would disagree with you on that point.
Oh, mom and dad are mad about just about everything. My God.
I feel bad using this as some fuel to reconnect with my sister, but at the same time, it feels nice to have some sort of support. The fact that I'm even able to laugh at this right now is probably because you led the charge. uh she sort of shakes her head and like wistfully looks out, reloads her cigarette.
I mean, certainly is. I do wish there were a better reason for us to finally connect, but I this is real nice, Diana. I miss this.
Probably been a few years at this point, hasn't it?
Hmm. Oh boy. But you know, uh, we're gonna make it better. We have to, right? Like, hell, it can't get worse.
She lets out another chuckle. There is that optimism of yours. You know, mom and dad think that they managed to wring that out of you.
Well, I won't lie. There are plenty of days where it is very hard to still find that love. But I think it's because I'm kind of sick of not seeing or feeling it, that I'm gonna make sure everyone else feels it around me.
She nods to that. Now, here's an offer. She turns around and looks at you. I don't I don't have a heart that beats like that. Nothing even remotely close to it.
I'm aware.
what I see, what I see from our family is primarily potential. I think we've got a lot of chance to grow. So, you ever feel like I I know the Deltano family isn't your first, second, or third choice in lines of work, but you ever feel like being something of a vizier? My second in command.
Oh boy, would mom and dad even allow that? And besides, I'd probably slow you down a bit. Actually, that might be a good thing. Because I appreciate that you are a go-getter, but there are times where I am concerned at what you're getting.
She her face falls a little more serious. How much have you how much have you been paying attention to family business?
Enough to be disgusted by it. And that's only the things I do know. I'm sure there's plenty more that they make absolutely certain I'm not aware of, because they probably know I might try to foil it in some manner.
She stops, kind of nods, hearing out what you're saying. Forget about everything that I just said. She puts her hands up. Not
What do you
not
mean?
the reconnect and stuff. This has been genuinely nice. I'm talking more the family business.
I mean, I think the real question is do you want to do that?
She looks over to you and genuinely gets a look on her face. Same old like sort of cocky like can take on the world look. Yeah, of course. I love what I do. She like loosens up her shoulders. Being able to efficiently run this business, being able to control this side of Indigo so cleanly, being able to functionally dance around both the I wouldn't say I dance around the Testudo family, but I know how to manipulate them at this point.
Oh,
The
that is a
Iris.
dangerous game, dear.
she with the smile, kind of shrugs. When it's my turn to finally take over the family, I'll have all my pieces in place to really move things forward. I'm gonna paint the town red.
Is Dario a part of those plans? One of those pieces?
Her expression sort of sticks straight ahead for a second. If he wants to be. To tell you the truth, I don't really want to risk him on the board.
Delilah actually smiles. That's real nice.
Oh, that's. Once again, it's been a while, she says, loosening up her shoulders a little bit more. Getting your approval is about twice as valuable as getting either mom or dad's.
Well, I mean, that's very sweet of you to say, dear.
uh, she looks back out across, due to primarily the scarcity with which I receive it.
Dear, I don't think I've gotten it once.
Hmm.
And honestly, they can keep it. Honestly, they can shove it. I don't care. Delilah just like looks off into the water.
So how is your daughter doing?
She's doing real well. I'll be honest, the miracle of childbirth really loses its charm when the first kid is made of coral and sea anemones.
Diana just like shrugs, same old smile, big old puff on the cigarette.
But I think it might have been a down payment. She doesn't cry at all at night. And she snuggles up real nice with me when we go to bed. She ain't got no teeth yet, but she's got a good smile.
Your sister seems to like take no small amount of joy in hearing this.
Well, I mean, what about you, dear? I mean, I'm not the only new mom around here.
She kind of looks up, arcs her head back, clicks her tongue, starts kicking her feet a little bit. You dig any further into that, and I'm afraid I'll be here all night talking your ear off.
That's all right.
Matter of speech. Flicks the side fin.
Delilah actually like scoots a little closer. That's all right. I got no plans tonight. And I mean, if you'd like, you could bring your little one over and we could enjoy some coffee and just spend some time with our girls.
She sort of like looks down and then gets a more serious expression. You want to know why I haven't dropped by?
Of course, dear.
Because I don't think your little girl or mine necessarily needs an aunt that's killed people. She taps out the cigarette and actually puts her smoking device away. Kind of sits back.
Well, no, go on.
I don't. The family's line of work. It's not going to get any brighter tomorrow. It's probably not going to get any brighter when I take over the family. Not immediately. So, if I'm able to put some distance between myself and the shadow I'm casting over my family, that to me is a good thing. She turns over and looks at you. You ever hear stories about those famous outlaws that used to wander around the woods? The people with big old wanted posters.
I've heard of a couple, but sounds like you got a particular one in mind.
Of course I do. Myself. She flicks her nose.
Diana. Come on now. I won't lie. I'm certainly not a fan about that part of you, and I really hope you had your reasons. I really do. And honestly, the less we talk about it, probably the better. But I know you mean well, and I can tell that you do want to do better, and I'd I'd hate for you not to be a part of my life, and especially my baby girls. I mean, obviously, maybe cut that out, but you know.
She thinks about that. Well, I guess we'll see then. Which side of me wins out? The side that's an outlaw, and the side that's yeah, she sort of looks down at herself. Diana. Hmm. Admittedly, though, she turns and looks at you again. That's a side of myself I haven't fed in quite a few years.
Well, then I think you should treat yourself. And, dear, if by chance that shadow does grow, she just reaches up and kind of bats her little light. I can light the way for you.
She smiles and just she smiles and quietly accepts that. Plus, I'd hate it if my legacy was just uh she sort of struggles for the words. Be the one aunt that just never made the time and then wound up disappearing. Yeah, I'm coming over tonight.
And if you'd like, you could bring Dario over, and it'd just be a nice time, just family.
Just family. I'm looking forward to it. She sort of stands up and with actually a big smile starts to wander off. And you with clarity actually start to put together what is a relatively sweet memory. There are very few of Diana. The best comparison that I have is most of your memories of Diana are you third party hearing about some incredible grift she pulled off and her parents, your parents fawning over her accomplishments. Diana is ruthless, extremely competent, hyper efficient.
Yeah, no, this is one of the few times, and as Diana walks by, the real Delilah just puffs her cheeks out. My gosh, she's that tall. She still wears heels. Oh my God, this drives me up a wall.
You start to you let that memory play about through your head, and you start to feel it, like yourself being dragged back and away. And I've got to prep one additional thing. This time, let me. You will roll me 1d6.
Oh, sure.
Just a good old 6-sided dice.
A 4.
A 4? Okay, let me see. Time to go to this map. Weird. Okay. That's like I had to go down my list of weird answers to this. So I'm gonna give you a sec. And here you go. This one works. Yeah, you find your way back to the banquet, and you come back and you feel like another light has been added to that dish in front of you. Another thing, another little component added to whatever the core of this is. The illusion in front of you like raises his arms. Delightful, such rich character.
Indeed. I don't remember. She had a kid. Oh my goodness. I was an aunt. But and Dario. That doesn't make much sense at all. Well, I hate to keep those ingredients waiting. Excuse me. And as she's getting in between these people, even though they all seem
Yeah.
to appreciate her. She still raises the fan instinctively.
Yeah, you move past them and you start to feel more and more correct and at home with this. Tell me what you're currently feeling.
Um, I think this is the point now where she's actually, while she's excited because she's like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, I had a kid," or not.
No.
Well, obviously I had a kid.
Yeah.
But I had a kid. Yeah. She is afraid because how could she not remember something like that? How could she? Because I'm sure she remembers that seaside chat, but like blanked on those details of like we should get together with the family, which includes
Yeah.
Daria of all fucking people, and then your kid that you had
Yeah.
around the same time as me, and it's like that. No, that doesn't make sense at all. What is this?
Yeah, you start to focus more on more, and now there's like a mystery to solve. What would you describe as your primary emotion here?
I think she's a little scared
Okay.
because she's confused now.
Okay. In that case, let me go to the list. That's fun. Oh, there's a bunch. I'm scared. Looks at list. Furrowing brow.
I can try to narrow it down a bit more.
No,
No.
I've got a great idea. Roll me another dice.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Another D6.
Yes.
6.
A 6. Okay,
Or
so we're going there.
course.
The 6th course. Here we go. Okay. Let me start to play. Let's do. Does this one work?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Delilah, this memory will not even require a roll to animate.
Oh no.
You, this one seems to skip and jump at first. You remember the path that led you here clear as day. How could you possibly forget? But the memory itself, this moment, seems to pop and hiss, coming into existence, almost like a TV turning on. Actually, that's incorrect. A TV still has to be activated. Whatever magic Arnea uses to make those pictures move has to be supplied with power from somewhere. This is closer to something that maintains a permanent presence within the home of your mind. This would be a portrait if it was anything. You look out across the beach. What's done is done already. The sensation in this moment of sheer horror and disgust is impossible to properly relay. Your mother moves towards you, and exactly what she said beforehand is sort of stripped away, burned by almost like a scorching metal, but you sure as hell remember the note that she ended it off on. Now that this is broken, she prods you in the chest right above your heart. Maybe you'll start to think using this. She pokes you in your forehead, and then takes a step backwards.
Is that really all you have to say?
She turns around, and then looks back out across. Of course. Now, you can come with us and come see the show, or you can watch the show here. Keep counting till the bubbles stop. She walks away.
Yeah, this man over here speaks up. Sorry to little bounce on you, dear, but taps on his watch. We are a bit late, and the Irises will be a little pissed at us if we missed out on that.
After everything that's just happened.
It's business, you know. shrugs. Then,
Business? What about me?
well, he looks out at the water at the bubbles going up. Well, I guess they certainly made you in the business then.
I've been lied to for years, and just in just minutes, you just nothing.
He just kind of shrugs. He kind of goes, look, I gotta go catch up with your ma, but look, if you want to come by, just like we'll wait there in the car for you a few minutes, but we gotta get going at some point. He starts to trek off. I don't have legs on him.
Oh, yes. He wanders away. And Delilah, you are left there. You just sit and you wait. What do you do?
Important question. Is Doris with me?
God, no.
Okay.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not. It is just you.
Yeah. Delilah, she just kind of crumples. She doesn't know what to do. She just watched a man drown. Or, well, drowning. And
So, you sit, you wait, and you do as your mom suggested. You sit, you watch the show, and you wait until the bubbles stop. And for quite some time afterwards. Give me a second to prep something. Okay. Let me move you back to this room. You come back, and for a second your eyes flick open and you're back in the banquet hall. It seems clear, but something about this place seems wrong. You shift, you shiver again, and then all at once, back to gold. Back to gold. Everything's gold.
why would you show that?
I stop and turn and look at you. Us? No, that came from somewhere within you.
Why would I want to see that again?
He casts his gaze around. Weren't you chasing something? I thought you were chasing the most ideal ingredients for us, but it seemed like you were hot on the heels of something. If you're curious why it would lead you there, that is a question best asked to yourself.
What is happening? Why are you really doing this?
They kind of look at each other.
Or is this actually my fault? All of you right now.
They exchange another look. That question, is all of this my fault? Drums his hand on the side of his chin. To some extent, only as much as your fault as any mage's magic is their own fault. You have read about this before. You put that thought in your head pretty deep. Taps the side of his head again. As far as exploring these memories, these illusions go, that is a compression of your own will. To a certain extent, you are taking a trip down your own memory lane for our sake. He motions back over to the pot, and you realize another one of those lights is ignited within it. It seems like whatever memory that was still did get mixed into the dish. As you can see, just the same, that memory is one that is very important to you. Illusions are fed by memories, what we see, what we experience, and in many regards, our greatest moments of pain. He takes another step forward. An illusion can't be complete without a completeness of our own experiences. So, I appreciate you lending the completeness of your own existence to this wonderful place. Once again, we are eternally grateful.
You need something real for something fake.
Of course. Yes! Yes, there it is! The core thesis of this place. A code for this ballroom, a song to dance by. Something fake is always created by something real. An afterimage, a mirage, some sort of heat illusion.
But you promise you won't show him.
They stop and look. I don't think we could see him, even if we wanted to.
Good. And that's exactly where he belongs.
Start to move forward and across. And you feel like the weight of these memories is starting to like coalesce, almost becoming tangible, clear. That last moment was a stab, it was a knife in the side, but you've gained some mental clarity from that. Tell me, what are you feeling next?
She is angry.
Yes.
Because this was a nice experience for a while, and then they threw that right hook at her.
Oh yes. Sorry. Where are my Kodama friends? Die.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And out of curiosity,
Yeah.
was there a memory here before?
There was. It's
What?
Yeah, you look back and it's like, wait, what the fuck?
Where did that go?
They stop and look. Oh. Quite an odd thing. Moves in. And you start to examine the area around here, and like it feels like there was once something clear as day right in this area, and it's been carved out almost like brutal claws. I don't know what to make of that, the illusion says, moving forwards, almost losing form as they approach what appears to be a tear.
I don't understand.
There was once something here, but now it's gone. So strange. And then he stops and looks over. It's almost like your memories of him.
I don't think I'm strong enough for that right now.
Looks back over to it. Well, not every memory has to be one that has to be faced with your entire being. In fact, if a person were made like that, they would simply explode. He walks back over to the dish.
How do you mean by that?
Turns and looks. A memory, a thought, a feeling that evokes all emotions? Imagine living your entire life to the fullest. What a dreadful thing. He stops and looks back. No. What we're looking for is a collection of shining stars, not memories like this. Emotions over to this one. These are character-defining moments. Can you imagine a life of character-defining moments? What an exciting thing it would be. Exhausting, though. So, we will simply move around and collect what stars you have.
Very well, then. She's about to reach in. You'd leave Doris alone, right?
They stop. Well, the real answer is, that is up to you. But, crosses hands. Here's the thing. You would leave Doris alone. No, there is no manifestation of your magic that could possibly harm that girl.
Good. This shouldn't be her problem. This is a Deltano problem.
Oh boy, you're going in with that on your mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy, okay, we're gonna handle this. Do me a solid. Answer one of two questions, past or present.
Oh.
Are you focusing more on the past or more on the present?
I think because she was just thinking about Doris.
Yeah.
And I think because we've done a lot of past, I think she's thinking of the present right now because she's like, oh.
Okay, excellent. Oh boy, okay. Let's move you over to this place. Yes, it's gonna be this one. Doink. Okay, this one's gonna take a hot second to load.
Sure.
Mostly because I gotta put characters down. Doink, doink. You. I've got a you. Delilah up there. Okay. Doink. And then,
the most important character.
yes, I don't know why I booted him instead of someone else, but yeah. No, this one's supposed to be a Kodama, but you know that the Kodama is this guy. There you go. A guard waits at the door.
Jim.
It's Grunt Jim. Yeah. This faceless person waits at the door, and you hear some voices resounding out inside. These people are playing pantomime. They're all gesticulating wildly, and you remember this, actually. This is when you took over the Deltano family. This is just after Diana's death. This is when you were meeting with the 3 Riviera heads and discussing what your duties might be, and when they were vetting the ever-loving shit out of you.
Great.
Yeah, they sort of like, the discussion continues. Do you want to animate this illusion or leave it vague?
I think Delilah is like so steamed right now that she's like, I don't need to see that again.
Yeah, fair. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. As you you go like, okay, I don't need to see that again. I don't need to see my first days in this place. And you manage to preserve some of your magic, and let's do it like this. Yeah, I'll grab this one.
I think it's also the thing where she just saw the aftermath of the drowning. She doesn't want to talk or experience death again, especially with her sister, because that would obviously be discussed. She's like, no, I can't do that right now.
Yeah. So that dice you rolled earlier, here's what happens when you choose not to fully engage with an illusion. In this case, you were still going to engage with it, just from a different perspective is the best way to put it. This pantomime continues. Delilah, you can feel Jean Mirage really grilling you in the midst of this. Morales being the same old chiding, that she always was. Yeah. And you feel your magic twinge, and it takes the shape of someone that you've actually met recently. And thump, 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 he moves up the stairs and sort of enters the scene. Delilah, you look over at Kazuya. This man is clearly the most fake out of the illusions. This one has even less substance than the rest, but he sort of moves in, looks around, and pokes his head in on the scene as it plays out. Oh, very interesting what's going on in there. Do they always, are they always like this? Or are they always on your case?
Excuse, are you talking to me?
Of course. He takes a step back. Oh, I'm fake as can be, though. He passes a hand through his arm. But it seems like, at least for the moment, I exist, so I'm able to speak and talk to you. He pokes his head back through. I am curious what's going on in here. He pokes his head back over and looks at you, Delilah. You mind taking a second to explain it to me? Delilah, if you choose not to engage with the scene, rather than playing it out in real time, you can let the Kodamas play it out and then explain it to a person why it's important to Delilah. How you felt that day. Yeah,
it's neat.
It's a way to because a lot of this is really intense, it's a way to be like, okay, let's take a step back, let's chill for a sec, and just explain how it affects Delilah, because ultimately, I can blast Morales Testudo in there, I can blast Jean Mirage in there, but ultimately it's how it affects Delilah that's the important thing, so we get it either way.
Cool, I like that, that's really neat. Delilah looks over. This was I'll be blunt, this was a shit day.
Talk talking to Morales oftentimes will create that sensation, yes.
It was more of a combination of things. One, I did not really want to become the head of the Deltano family, but I understood its importance, and there was no way I was going to let... She thinks very hard for a moment. Doris, obviously. Get involved. I mean, she wouldn't even been in line anyhow. But Diana wasn't even in the dirt yet. And they pulled me aside and grilled me if they could trust me. Amusing in hindsight now, considering I'd like to think I'm the most honest one. But
Kazuya fucking drapes himself over the chair like an atrocious cat as he's listening. He kind of goes along immediately, huh? Like, no time to rest. I guess what was the adage? No rest for the wicked? He looks back across. Criminals truly are ruthless. Did they even mourn?
Delilah thinks. I mean, they probably mourned the fact that I was taking that seat.
Fair enough.
Diana was... She was flawed. I'll just be honest. But I know her intentions were well. She did want good things for this town, especially for her family. Yeah, her family.
He nods. He nods up and down. Well. He sort of chuckles. Thinking about Morales, I think she would probably be, to a certain extent, encouraged if you were a weak leader. Perhaps that could be its own sign of encouragement, them trying to set you on fire. The room sort of shifts slightly, and Delilah, you see someone come out for a moment to collect herself. She moves aside, the guard giving her space, and you see your earlier self getting a deep breath, another chance. Like you said, morning wasn't even over at this point, but you were thrown into it almost immediately. You put it back together, and you see even back then your own illusions were having some trouble in that moment, and you sealed yourself, got back together, and moved back in, and Kazuya over here is just like, yes, go get him, champ.
You know, it's actually real funny.
He tilts his head.
Before I fully understood my illusions, and I was so very, self-conscious about, well, since you're fake and all. And she just watches his reaction.
He looks at you dead on, and like, the first reaction that you get from Kazuya is neutrality. It is the face of someone who always knew what you look like. This is an illusion created by you. Of course he'd know. But then, your mind starts to catch up, and he starts to react in a way that you believe others should and would react to your face. And he has an unmistakable look of shock, surprise, and for a second afterwards, revulsion in that order. And then this expression falls again. That didn't feel right at all.
No, that looked about right to me.
You say, and he looks back over. And you've never let that slip, even in your long years of doing this job.
I mean, it's definitely snuck out more than once. But, when I was very young, a little bit before I met him, she wiggles the fan. Diana gave this to me.
Oh.
She knew how much it bothered me, having people look at me like I was a noisy bear trap. And so she got it for me and said it'd make me look real refined, and if I was ever nervous, I could just cover up.
He quietly nods at that. I'll admit, it has become one of the more striking features of Riviera's front-facing population. He thinks, Riviera strikes a strong silhouette. The three leaders sort of united as one. Everyone has a certain layer of mystery to hide behind. Yours is that fan. If you're hiding a mouth like a, as you put it, a noisy bear trap, I wonder what the other two are hiding. And then there's another disruption in the room. It sounds like they're making sure that you aren't hiding anything, though.
Oh, yeah, they were very curious. I think Jean Mirage actually directly asked me how many people I'd killed. And I don't know if he was disappointed, shocked, or what. When I said, none, obviously.
Kazuya fucking laughs.
Then she just kind of lowers the fan and thinks, well, maybe that's because it's not entirely true, I guess.
Oh, how so? He leans in.
I mean, I did just watch him drown. I could have done something, but in that moment, I was so furious.
He like sort of he tilts his head back and forth, and you start to feel the fury bubble over, and almost the illusionary landscape around you actually begins to change too. The fury and the focus of your emotions actually making the landscape not blur or anything like that, but actually sharpen. Every single color seems almost too bright for a moment. Is that the same thing as Is that the same thing as killing someone?
I don't know, actually. And I've been trying to figure that out for 24 years.
Well, there obviously is an easy way to do that. You could ask a killer themselves.
What on earth do you mean?
Ask a killer what the value of a life is. Kazuya kind of stands up. I think Diana might have an answer to this question. he sort of turns about. If you're feeling guilty, to any extent, over what you did, I would ask someone who was intentionally taken alive rather than someone who has, and he looks at you. Would you call it an accident?
I don't think I could describe what happened as an accident. That implies that it just sort of happened, but there was build-up that led to it, and even though I didn't give him those nice new cinder block shoes, I certainly didn't take them off. Because maybe a part of me wanted that to happen.
He sort of weighs these options in his head. A part of you wanted that to happen, but a part of you also thinks that in failing to save this person, you inadvertently killed him. It feels like, to a certain extent, you are caught between the conscience of a person and the conscience of a killer. And then he stops. Oh no. There's actually a different word for someone who, There's a different word for someone who thinks that they can save others from their untimely demises. Isn't that what your daughter is into? Isn't that what a knight is?
Yes, indeed. And I think trying to figure out between if I'm a person or a murderer, I think what you're really asking is, am I Delilah or a Deltano?
He winks. Unfortunately, the face that's saying this is Kazuya.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
He kind of shrugs. Well, I think regardless of whatever conclusion they come to in that room, you probably won't find the answer to that question. That's a question for the waking world and the people out there.
Indeed. No, they basically just grilled me for a while. Thank God neither of them are yellers, because I don't think I would have been emotionally capable of handling that. I'd like to think I did compose myself pretty well in there. I did need to take a break at one moment, and politely and honestly a bit shockingly, they were very understanding of that. I think for a moment they did realize that yes, business is important, but I lost my sister. In a matter of weeks, she was gone.
He looks out and across. That weight. Yes. That weight's a heavy one. I'm glad at the very least they can respect that. To a certain extent. He looks back over at you. I wonder how they felt about you versus Diana.
Huh. Well, I think they appreciated once they realized what I was capable of and gave me a chance, that the Deltano family made a hell of a lot more money once I got involved. Because I did put the effort into the cooking side of things. I made our restaurants pop. Oh my goodness. I was also reaching out to folks like you. I was trying to break bread with more people, make more money, and more importantly, more friends. Because in this business, you're gonna need them.
You say, as the door sort of swings shut, the voice is muffled but still intense. Well, it sounds like, at least through your first few years, you did have a relatively good experience with Riviera. I'm sorry the beginning had to be so... And then, it's funny, he says, I'm sorry, but it's almost like it's censored in your own mind. That phrase comes out and it just gone. You can tell the phrase or a sentence where it's supposed to be, but you have blanked that phrase. It ceases to be. And Kazuya continues rattling on as normal, but you realize, you hear the censor noise as it occurs.
Oh, that's one perk at least. Yeah, no. And I mean, honestly, part of me, I think, does kind of like the business. None of the bad stuff, obviously. But like...
Business and the business.
The legitimate side, where I get to cook, and I get to meet the people, and, make the town sparkle.
He like picks away at the side of his face. Oh, I feel. He looks at you. He looks at you dead in the face. That resonates very deeply, actually. That conversation earlier, that stuff about being a killer, that feels so desperately disconnected from this. But I'll ask the question anyway. Do you think it necessary to be a killer to do the rest of that stuff? To cook? To make the town sparkle? No. Is it a necessity?
Absolutely not.
Of course. He smiles. And then he smiles and then takes a step in this direction. Well, of course, it seems like the most obvious thing in the world, but one has to ask anyway. Once again, you have to ask the value of a life from a killer directly. I don't believe everyone would answer that question the same way, even if it seems obvious to you. He gets the same awful Grinch-like smile.
I don't know if I want that answer, but maybe you're right. Maybe it would help me.
Well, once again, you have to find the right person to ask. And with that, you're whisked somewhere else.
Did Delilah ever figure out who this was? Was it always just a goon, or?
Oh, the goon by the door? Yeah. That was just a goon, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that guy is literally faceless because he's that is That's like you probably know that goon in particular by name because like this would be one of the higher ranking goons who gets invited to the Christmas party, basically. Like
Gotcha.
the Riviera door guards are actually relatively prestigious. It's been another hour. Let's take a break.
Sure.
I'm gonna be right back.
Yee. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey chat. How you doing?
Hi, Chad. How's it going?
You doing all right over there? The Christmas goon.
That's my favorite Hallmark movie.
I would watch a movie about a Christmas goon.
Right? That one sounds like an improvement over Twice Christmas or Christmas in the Country or
Yeah.
more common themes. I want to watch a goon from the mafia trying to have a nice Christmas and hijinks ensue. A gang war breaks out. Blood everywhere.
Blue Odyssey. Are you ready to fist fight Leticia to get to remember your Delilah and Lucent Christmas dinner? I would love a little Christmas dinner. Although Christmas is not a thing in this universe. I assume there's like some other like gift-giving holiday though.
Yeah, it's everyone's
Yeah.
favorite holiday.
Yeah, of course. Delilah censored it because it sounds too close to sorry.
So, chat, do you have any questions for Delilah?
Why is her mouth weird?
She is a beautiful flower.
No, that's always the thing I want.
Oh, Diana. I love Delilah's teeths.
Yeah, it was very fun because like the big request, especially for like the rest of Delilah's family now that we've seen them, was like I had to go to Bryn and be like, hey buddy, I'm gonna send you pictures of some of the grossest fucking deep sea creatures. You need to make them hot. That's just I'm sorry. That's what needs to happen because that's the gimmick for this family. Has Delilah ever considered a clothes obelisk? I bet if she saw one, she'd be like, that is intriguing, and I kind of want maybe a little one. like for socks and things like that. A little one.
Oh my god, that's adorable. Just on like a dresser or something. You can just pop it open and there's socks in there.
Giovanni Chad. Why do I love her so much? I don't know, but I really appreciate that. I really like Delilah too. She's grown to be one of my favorites to play. Does Delilah maintain the illusion while she sleeps? No. It would be amazing if she had the mental capacity to do that. That is a little bit beyond her skill level, and she doesn't need to worry about a partner seeing her while she's sleeping because she just lives alone. Let's see here. What is Doris then? A coral ref? Yeah, Doris is a weird one because she's like coral and sea anemones and whatnot, and Monichi did a killer job with her. I was very, very pleased with that. And
Good.
And then
He's awesome.
big shout out to Monichi. She pounded out baby Doris in like 5 days, and I was like, "You're the best. You're a beast."
Thank you so much. She's a baby.
So good. Does Delilah say sorry when she sneezes? She doesn't say sorry ever, or she does her best to. She's gotten it close a couple of times, but she has not said it. I want to congratulate you because I just realized that Delilah has only ever said that she watched the man drown. It's been it's a very important detail. How many teeth does she have? An ass load, and they're like, I don't know if it like comes across, but like Delilah is like, I've always envisioned her as having like an alien beauty where like she is attractive even when she doesn't do the illusion, but when she does the illusion, it's like kind of a beauty where you like kind of stare out of just like, wow, that's so strange. but like when she doesn't have the illusion, her teeth are like an inch and a half. And they're just super sharp. They're really big, and her mouth like actually literally goes ear to ear for her.
I love it.
Yeah, she is uncomfy to look at.
I'm back.
Oh, Corey,
Welcome back.
Hope you guys are having a good time. Hope this is a fun watching experience.
Yee.
Sim says, I love your shitty penguin dad fucking off.
Yeah, no, that was a fun. I literally sent Bryn a Al Capone reference.
Holy crap.
Does Delilah go to the dentist? Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, well, Corey actually asked a question I was wondering. Do the teeth regrow when they break? Which is, well, it's along the same lines. I was wondering if she has the shark thing where she's just growing new teeth all the time.
I think, yeah. I think if Delilah did lose a tooth, it grows back very quickly. I don't think they're just like falling out of her mouth all of the time like a shark would. But I think it's just like another thing for her where maybe at one point she was like, she went to a dentist, was like, can you, this sounds crazy. Can you file these down? I can't stand this. And then they like grew even worse. And she's like, well, fuck. All right. I guess this is how it be.
Oh, Delilah. I am so sorry. It's a beautiful smile.
It's a big cheesy smile. It's scary though.
Look, it's great, and I will hear nothing to the contrary.
Mask, can we DM you something really quick?
Please do.
Or I'm gonna drop it in the secret chat in the server. No, I hope everybody's having a very good time. I started this extremely articulate, and as it's going on, like I did like the Lucent family voice once, and I'm like, fucking whatever. Like, it's just gone. Fuck it.
This is great. I'm loving this. This is really cool. I really like this weird like twist going on. It's not what I expected at all.
I like the funky presentation because I think the end result of this will be rather neat.
Ooh, I can definitely do that.
Hello, accent. Hey, bada bing. Yeah. Fun fact. It's because Dario grew up by the docks his entire life. And met the coolest man in the world from Harlow, who ate at him one time, and he's like, I'm gonna redefine my entire character based on this.
Oh my god, is this who I think it is?
No, I'm fucking around. But yes, it is who you're thinking of.
Yeah, and to make it clear for the chat, no, it's not Jeremiah. This is someone else I'm thinking of.
Listen, it's a port city. The Harlow accent is like an infection. It fucking spreads. and poor Leticia was like, well, I'm born into this fucking family, so yeah, here we go.
Yeah, bada bing.
Oh my god.
Oh god, now I'm really concerned because we lost a memory, and I was like, what was that?
Fine.
I'm not fucking with or penalizing you during any part of this based on the way you're playing it. Is the best way to put it.
Oh, okay. So like,
you're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. So we will see all of them. Cool.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It just changes the way stuff happens. You're not like, I'm not losing content. Yeah, I'm not blasting you out of content or anything like that. Yeah. Sim, Tilly wants AJ bada boopy. She heard Beretta say it once. Oh my god.
And then really
I've got a
Spaceman asks, did Doris inherit any anglerfish traits? Yes, that's why her little anemones glow at the very tip.
Little glowy doinkers. Many of them.
Monichi did that, and it was super smart and cool.
Monichi is so good!
Yeah, no, they're really fun. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Okay. Let's see. Let's is J-Man, you here? You good? Dope. Okay. So,
Ah,
we will continue on.
let's ride.
So you come back and you feel like let's get this one playing. Yeah. You feel like you've added a little bit more character to this realm by you're starting to understand to a certain extent the purpose of this place. This is adding more focus and power behind the fake illusions that you're creating. It feels like your magic's certainly getting stronger. Like you just hit a new evolutionary point in it. God, why did it have to be like this, though?
Yeah.
Like, what a pain in the ass. Why can't you just have fire magic where things are more on fire afterwards? No, you had to have illusions, and in order to build a more complex illusion, you have to fold your mind up like a kaleidoscope. And it's like, I'm getting stronger. This is rad, but at the same time, fucking hell.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the food.
They all nod. You've provided a wonderful dish so far.
Well, can't stress enough. I hope it meets your standards. And it kind of hits Delilah as she's looking at this party,
No.
and she gets a warm smile, and she realizes, well, that's why I held those Deltano parties. I wanted to make this again.
Oh. Everyone's having a fucking great time. And you've got, yeah, you're overall halfway through the illusion, and to a certain extent, like, this space that you're creating, a lot of people would find this deeply unnerving, but to a certain extent, this represents an ideal that through your illusions you can spread out to the world a little bit more. So, like, while to other people this might be ethereal or frightening, for you, this is actually some sort of font or place of power.
Delilah's about to go into this memory, and then looks in the bottom right.
Something's off about that one. Something's really fucking off about that one.
She's about to call out, and she's like, no, he probably doesn't know, because he's a part of me.
Nah, and you
I
sure
don't
as hell
know.
don't know.
Delilah approaches. Is it cold?
Yeah, it's colder the closer you get. Or more specifically, the thing that's grasping it is cold. The memory itself is just that, a normal memory. But you feel it struggling and breaking under the weight of this palm. Light as air, but heavy as an avalanche.
You don't want me to see it, do you? Whatever you are. Well, it's mine.
You going in?
Delilah goes in.
Oh fuck yeah! Okay, let's do it. Let's do.
I hope I live.
First of all, give me a roll to die on your way in.
Great. All right, let me drop my swing just in case. All right. Beep, beep. Hey, that's a lot better.
That's very good. You also get to lock in a dice to boost your roll to die. So, like, say if you locked in your blue, you would get the bonus from your blue, which would push it over a 15. Or if you locked in, I think
yellow would also.
Yellow would also do it.
I think Delilah's going to lean in towards blue.
Yes.
Because it's dumb, but this is assertive mom coming out. She's like, no, I'm doing this. And it's also like she's also trying to keep within the present a little bit, because she doesn't want to lose herself, because she's starting to realize more and more. She's like, oh God, what if I like spiral really deep into this? I need to try and have an anchor of some sort.
Okay, so in this case, you rolled high. So as I said before, these memories that are getting plucked away, I'm going to sort of, we're going to run through one then the other.
Sure.
Which actually, that plays a lot better. So give me a hot second. We're going to go to a loading screen, talk to chat, tell them they're great.
Yeah. I'll answer their questions. No, Jeremiah has no body hair and never has.
Never.
Like,
he glued them on.
It's one of the signs of the apocalypse.
Yeah, dude. He gets one chest hair. Oh no!
The entire world starts to superheat.
Jeremiah, also to put in perspective, like his skin feels like a pearl.
Yeah.
Like it's very smooth and it's very shiny and it's honestly it's kind of pretty.
No.
But yeah. Is he a clam man? No, he's a pearl man. But yeah, he's
No.
also a clam in a way.
Someone in chat suggested this the other night or somewhere. God, I wish I remembered where. But the idea of him just retracting, closing his collar around his head.
I love that so much. I maybe I'll go meet a tailor who can make that happen. I am done talking to you. He just has like a lamp, like one of those little chains on his jacket and pulls it and just closes.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's his safe zone.
Let me grab that character. Okay. I think this will work. Gotta get a Delilah, of course, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh boy. This. You start to understand why this memory is one that could be plucked from your mind to begin with. It's one that rests very uneasily on the surface level of your experiences, because it wasn't your experience at all.
Oh.
This is an experience pulled from the Windrosy phenomenon of sensitivity. This is the experience of someone close to you that clung to you just the same. This is an experience from Diana Deltano, because you were left immediately after what occurred here to pick up some of the pieces. But this hand that's digging in, it's erasing parts of it. A lot of this has gone missing. It's playing. You come into Uptown, actually. This would be about 12 years ago.
Okay.
And scattered on either side are a bunch of these faceless people, all playing head to toe. Like, they look up and around occasionally, actors on a stage absolutely feigning their deaths, but a few of them are viciously engaged in combat. These over here and these two over here. It appears to be something of a real bloodbath. And you kind of remember this. The Deltano family getting into a scrap shortly after Diana took over. Some actually big turf war. But for some reason, this whatever is infiltrating your mind does not want to let this memory, does not want you to have this memory. It wants it.
Delilah, she's gonna try and force her will in some capacity.
Ooh.
She is going to just do illusions of, well, if you won't tell me what was here, I'll just have to make some assumptions on my own. And she will use her illusions because she will force her way through and just be like, well, one of these has to be my sister. Probably the one that's winning.
Give me a roll to do. That's very clever. I'm gonna knock one off the DC for this.
And I think Delilah is also thinking that, oh no, the other one might be Dario.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, he's a fighter, and based on some of the earlier memories, like they seem like a power couple.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh god, I would have I would have knocked another dice off the total for that assumption, because you were correct. Good guesses. So yeah, you successfully do manage to manifest the illusion. Let me get this set up. Oh boy. Okay, this is an exciting one. Yeah, you remember this. You weren't here that night. You weren't around, but you had to deal with the aftermath of this. Not the aftermath in terms of the business, but the other aftermath. A lot of the faceless sort of hang around, still unanimated. You don't spend time on the wounded and the dead, because you remember quite a few people died this night. Dario, Diana, flare to life. A lot of their associates kicked to the side. And pitched combat has been carried out for quite some time. This was a fight. This was to a certain extent a slaughter. There used to be another crime family in the city, actually. Sort of infiltrated in through the side, the Kawamori family. And this was the night that the Deltano family went to war with the Kawamoris. You watch in slow motion as Diana, with a pistol, shoots dead Taka Kawamori on the spot. His sidekick being left to cradle his body. This isn't the part that you were involved with, Delilah, though. You were somewhere else at the time.
I can't believe my sister killed Taka.
You were sitting in a room because you heard about the fighting. The funeral home is really close. And you moved over to Icetail Finance, where someone was sort of cowering, shivering, and shaking. You walked into the room and she turned around, making eye contact with you for a second. And for a moment, you feel like you see a form before it just glitches away to that same old faceless. And I'm gonna use your roll from earlier. The voice starts to speak up. My mom killed somebody.
Oh. Dear. Come here. All right. Just here. Would you like a hug? I know that's a very silly question.
She doesn't respond to that. She's looking down at the table.
Here. Delilah scoots around and very slowly sits down next to her and just lightly wraps her arms around her. I know, dear. I know. I wish I had a better answer than she just wants to keep us safe. The Kawamoris have been rather aggressive.
She's shaking.
It doesn't. Oh boy, Delilah's at a real loss for words because she can't lie because she's in the same boat.
She promised not to lie, but this is how young would Leticia have been around this age? 12 years ago, doing the math, she's barely over 10. Like, she's
that's
really
right.
young.
Oh yeah. Dear, I won't lie to you because you know I don't lie. I am a bit disappointed at how things have played out. But I know your mama very well. And she is doing this to keep us safe.
She continues to shiver. It's like, give me a roll to do. It's time to diplomatize and take a +2 bonus because you get a bonus in any social situation like this.
Yeah, and I'm still in mama. Oh,
You are.
Jesus.
It's in the face of this, though. This is what you've been struggling with too, Delilah. Like, in the face of the scenario, you're just like, you're doing your best and you're saying what you believe is the best way to put it. You're not lying. You're saying 100% what you believe from the bottom of your heart, but it's that thing where it's like, it almost reaches connection, but then it doesn't shove through, and you realize this is the first time Letitia's realized the full reality of what the family work entails. This is like, you are the one here for that.
I desperately wish our business was not like this. I hate it. I've hated it since I was a kid. But I want you to know, I believe in your mama. And she's going to be better. And you can help me get her there.
Oh, give me another roll to do. Same bonuses.
Sure. Okay.
You say that. And that phrase of, and you're gonna help me get her there. That actually, it's funny. You've known Letitia her entire life. You've also known Diana for, well, most of hers.
Yeah.
And that, like, that little bit of, like, and you can be the one to affect this agency, that is her lifeblood. She wants to change things. She wants to be the one to make the world a better place. She wants to do all this. And even as a kid, this is the moment that you started to realize this kid kind of has that spark too. And she looks up and over, and she nods. Yeah, I don't. Dad was there, and I don't. I didn't want to. I didn't. It's funny. She couldn't think of anything else to say in that moment. I didn't want her to do something like that. I didn't want her to do that.
No, neither of us did. And I believe, I truly believe this. I don't think she wants to. And unfortunately, I think she believes she needs to. But that's where we can come in. You know? You and I, we can work together and help her get there to realize that she doesn't need to do it. We are different. We can be better. And sometimes we lose our way, but she once again, like when she talked to her sister, I guess 10 years ago from this point, she just
Yeah.
bats her own little light. We can light the way.
And with that, time seems to like blur and stretch and jump ahead, and you actually find yourself witnessing a different scene. This one, 9 years in the future. 9 years from this incident. Sorry to yank you around so much, but
No, it's
same
cool.
characters. Leticia, now fully brought into the fold as a member of as sort of like a pseudo family head. She's meant to be the boss in training. She's meant to be the one that redefines what Riviera exactly is. She wound up here on your suggestion, Delilah. Well, suggestion is a strong word. She had this drive within herself. You were the one who accepted her. She sort of takes a step forward. The girl that you know, now fully grown up, she wears what is functionally the equivalent of, like, the best way to describe it is a fantasy tracksuit. She's like, you can tell, like, she's got a smush nose from one too many breaks. Like, this is someone who knows fighting pretty well. She's been fist fighting her entire life, and she sort of sits off the side, ice cream in her hand. So I've always sort of been meaning to ask, but every time I do, Doris gives me the stink eye.
Oh dear, what on earth have you been thinking, dear?
I'm just wondering, like, how do you two make it work? Like, because, like, Doris is all about, like, honor and justice and all that other stuff. She yells at me all the time. It doesn't stop. Letitia puts up her hands, but Doris, it feels like a lot of the time she doesn't really get what the family business is about. And, like, I started to say stuff like, "Oh, don't you know what your Uncle Jerry does?" And she dared me on it. And I'm like, I backed off immediately because he's, you know, the man who's buried the most people in Indigo. She, like, goes through Jeremiah's spiel.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're still throwing that out. But first off, thank you for not divulging those details. I really appreciate that.
She sort of takes a step back. Oh, okay. I didn't know because
No,
like
you did nothing wrong, it. This is on me. This is entirely on me. I've been sheltering her, I guess, is the best way I could phrase it. I I hide it from her, or at least as much as I can, because I don't do that. I don't kill folks. I don't send out orders to bust up kneecaps until we get money. You know, I don't do any of that. But there's still that history, and there's still some bad tendencies I gotta get out of these boys.
she like kind of nods along. Yeah, I was sort of struggling to explain like, oh yeah, Uncle Sarai like he's a great guy, but like at the same time, a lot of the ways that he acquires buildings aren't so good sometimes, and then I made her cry because she just likes the cat puns and she wants to laugh, and I feel terrible. Letitia like sits down and like sort of hangs her head a little bit. It's like I feel like a lot of the time hanging out with her, she's like a little too I'm gonna say good for me, but I don't mean like good for me like she's a better person or anything, because I'm pretty good. She says, looking out, but like
Mhm.
she's got this rigid moral compass, and like I feel like just for existing the way I've been, I feel like slime sometimes, because like I'm I was there the day my mom shot someone. She sort of mumbles up like, I don't have any misgivings about what I'm in the business for. It just I don't know how to talk to her about that. Like she
Delilah just sits down next to her, and Delilah actually like takes off her heels and sets them down next to her. She's like, "I don't want them to get wet," and then realizes she's too short for her feet to actually reach the water, and she's just like, "Hmm." And she looks back. Dear, I think you're more than pretty good. I think you're great.
Yeah, it just
I think where it all boils down to is that you've both lived very different lives. You are both a part of this family, but you've seen different things. And sometimes I think I might have done a bad job. You know?
kind of looks over. Which one? D- you talking about Doris or?
Mm-hmm. She nods.
Yeah, no. Like Letitia seems to relax for a second. Part of her, you could read that expression almost instantly, was the way I've been a role model to you too. And then Letitia relaxes when you decide to not say that. She's like, oh, that's good at least. She kind of like looks over to her side. Have you not done right by Doris? She's happy as a clam. Forgive the pun.
Oh, Jeremiah, I'd love that.
Yeah.
And Delilah actually, for just a very brief moment, gets a very big cheesy smile, but then very quickly looks away. Well, it's because and don't get me wrong, I am so proud of her. She's helping make this town better in a different way than us, you know? But there are
guess.
times where I feel I wouldn't say I've lied to her because I don't. I never do. But I skirt that line when I don't tell her things. Just because it's a secret doesn't mean it's not a lie. Just because she didn't ask and I didn't tell, that doesn't make it much better. And I just no,
she
she
nods.
looks over.
She's just nodding along as you're going.
And I worry that as proud as I am that she is such a, it sounds so mean to describe it, a goody little two shoes. I just hope that doesn't actually steer her the wrong way. Because I think there is a point where you can love something too much and it can actually backfire.
I think you have adequately described the situation with my father. Letitia says, looking over.
Oh, how do you mean?
I mean, he's always on about this. Like I tell him I'm in trouble, and he's like, "Oh, that's great." And I'm like, "No, you don't get it. Like I'm having problems right now." He's like, "Oh, you're gonna knock him dead," and I'm like, "Dad, listen, come on."
I see. In fact, he's doing the exact same thing as me, but in a different direction. What a dumbass.
Yeah. This is normally the part where I throw in, yeah, but I love him, but obviously. I feel
Of
like the
course.
dumbass part is a little more important to say now.
I think, dear, we can love people but still acknowledge they have problems.
I guess.
And that's where your father doesn't step in. He is always a beacon of encouragement, which is wonderful because look how far you've gotten. You don't get in nearly as many fights, but when you do, you make sure you come out on top. And thankfully, not as many people go to the Testudos anymore because of it. But that's where I come in. I provide a little speed bump for you to reorient you. And I just worry I haven't done that for Doris. So, if I might be so bold, because I don't think I can. I think I'm too much of a coward. Can you help me with that?
She tilts her head and looks over at you.
I mean, just in the fact of like, Doris is the kind of person that it is black and white. There is good and there is wrong. And that is just not entirely true. And I don't know how to explain that to her, but you know what I'm talking about. And thankfully, you have the same mindset as me. But the difference is you're a lot braver than me, and you're willing to stand up and tell her that.
Letitia starts like laughing, chuckling along, and yeah, whenever she's particularly flattered or like powerful and encouraged, the ends of her like long plumed feathers start to ignite, pop, and spark.
Aw.
You just she smiles. Yeah, she's kind of exactly like her dad that way. And she sort of rubs the bridge of her nose. I'm glad you see me that way. I mean, I'm more than happy to help her out because like, and she's helped me out plenty. I don't think you're a coward for not being able to tell that to her though. Just like, if you can't do it yourself, you find someone that can, and that's the point of Riviera. It's a big whole. It's an organization. We all help each other out. She sort of mumbles.
What's wrong?
That stuff about maybe loving something a little too much. You ever feel that way about Riviera sometimes?
I'd need to love it first, dear.
Wow, you really don't mince words, do you?
I'm only honest.
She like lies down, kicking her feet. Oh, I think that might be why I appreciate your counsel so much, because like, I love this organization. It's the one my mom left me. How could I not? It's where you work. It's where Dario works. She wrinkles her nose very visibly. It's where Dad works. She corrects herself and then unwrinkles, looking back at the sky. It's full of a lot of people I really like and respect, but a lot of the times I feel like it can kind of blind me to stuff like that. She turns over and looks over at the side. Just because I like the people doesn't mean it doesn't always mean that I gotta approve of what they're doing. She picks at her nose. That's why talking to Doris is so hard. She doesn't have to worry about stuff like that, you know? Letitia vents.
Don't pick your nose, dear. That's not very ladylike.
She's she stops picking her nose.
Thank you. Now, I think it's this is going to be a terrible analogy, but stick with me. You can like the food, but you don't have to like the restaurant. You know? I mean, there are plenty of people that I do like in Riviera, you know? I mean, I think the Irish kids, I think a lot of them are very good, very pleasant. I mean, hell, you're in it.
She smiles.
I think your dad's a very swell young man. No, he's not a young man anymore. He's getting, oh, hell, I'm getting old too. God, this is terrible. Oh, anyway, but you know what I mean. But the problem is that all these people are also involved with things we're not exactly proud of. But you and me, we stick together, we can fix it.
She kind of smiles, looking out. Yeah, like some part of me is just like, I see what's up ahead for my future, and it looks bright and brilliant. But like other times, I see Tilly, and like she's gonna be a superstar someday. Like she'll be sitting on top of the world, and like I'll be sitting on top. I'll be sitting on top of the underworld, but very different world. She's gesticulating, and then flops hands out to either side. Yeah, grab the parts you like. Figure out what's going on from there.
I mean, sure, you might one day become the queen of the underworld. But who says you have to stay down there? Take the parts you like and make them shine.
She,
you know,
sits up. She sits up and gets a big toothy grin. One that's completely sideways. Like, the best way to describe her mom's smile was it was this cocky line that said that she absolutely knew that she could draw her gun faster than you could do anything. Letitia's smile, on the other hand, is this crooked affair that absolutely says, okay, I'm ready to take on the world. I hope they hit me on this side. And she looks up at you. Grabbing the good parts. Yeah. I mean, it goes completely without saying, but obviously you're one of the good parts. And this isn't me planning insurrection or anything. I couldn't be the boss, and immediately she starts to rattle and rail off. Letitia's like, the best way to put it is she's kind of like, she went to the university and did exceptionally well in her courses. She's a nerd that fights all the time.
Yeah.
She overthinks, and she sort of like relaxes out at the very end of it. What's your image for Riviera?
Oh my goodness. Honestly, I know how much you love it. This sounds crazy, and I don't think it's gonna happen in my lifetime, but I hope we can set it up for your generation at least. I want it to be legitimate. I want Riviera to be, I don't want it to be a superpower by any means, but I want people, when they see or hear that name, they go, that's a name I can trust. Those are good folks. They're gonna help me.
She stops. You saying that and thinks about it. I mean, that's good and all, but she turns and looks at you. Who's gonna help your generation then? And with that, you are yanked backwards and redeposited in the hall. Almost like a snap. I gotta delete some things. I gotta delete a lot of things. This one, that one. Yes, we're good. Wait. Yes. Like almost like a wind, it clears out, and with a snap, the like, who's gonna save your generation? The ones who are gonna like watch over you. You come back, and you're back in the hall. You're back in the hall now.
Delilah just thinks the last thing she said. Ain't it obvious, dear? No one.
Sorry. Give me a hot sec. Ooh, I'm gonna add another. Shining fucking stars. Oh wait, no, that was one of the weird memories. Yeah, you come back to, and yeah, your party seems to continue on. It feels like you went somewhere. Did you have a pleasant memory?
It started off pretty rough. And I really wish I remembered that sooner. I am terrified of how much I don't remember.
This is normally the part where I would say something vaguely like a riddle, but I feel like, as your power becomes increasingly clear, I have to do that less. he sort of calms himself down a little bit. Yes, forgetting things is frankly terrifying. Nothing more frightening for an illusionist if you really think about it. Can you imagine all of the sights and sounds that could exist behind the mind that are just inaccessible? It's like a chef being denied some very potent ingredients.
I am well aware. There have been many nights where my illusions decide to dance on their own. It's basically sleep paralysis, but I'm well awake and I can't leave.
Magic sounds troublesome.
Oh, dear, it's fucking awful. She gets very candid for a moment.
This illusion, some deeper part of your psyche, is just like, yeah, no, you're right.
Right. Well, I'd hate to deny myself of those good ingredients.
Yes, I believe the full picture of the dish is coming into view. And what a delightful dish it is, he says, as you move over to the next one. And you reach your hand out. How are you feeling at this point?
I think Delilah has... I think it's hope.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because she thinks about it a little more, about what this Leticia said.
Yeah.
Who's going to save your generation.
Yeah.
And she realizes, no, I'm wrong. Doris will.
Okay, so it's hope for the future. Let me see. Not that one. God, not that one. God, that one's going to hell. Let me see. Okay, I think yeah, I think this one could work. As you start to remember hope, and we're gonna go to the memory that we knew we were gonna go to this time.
Oh no.
Nah. You start to remember hope, and it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing, that hope. Because it can come in a wide variety of forms. Especially when it's hope for the next generation.
Oh, good.
And when you hope to see that reflected, it's a very complex thing. It's one that, while a knight might believe that they can save others with their power, well, what kind of superhero knight, warrior of legend, is capable of, first and foremost, not saving others, but saving themselves? Hope is an external thing. It points to others and goes, I want something better for you. We're gonna go to the Testudo clinic.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Delilah immediately just has a pit in her stomach, like, oh, God, come on, no.
Yeah, you start to head on over because you remember what this is. This is Diana's last words. Let me move over to Testudo HQ. You come in. You throw open the door, and you're pretty sure someone's sitting here. See, my favorite thing is placing the faceless around and then replacing them with Kodamas, because it stylistically works and is also me completely forgetting. So, like, this is a mistake, but it works for the setting. And you come in, and she's sitting on those she's sitting on that waiting room chair.
Delilah just walks up and very lightly pats her on the shoulder. Hello, dear.
Hey, we had our time yesterday. It's okay. She wants to talk to you. She wants to talk to you and Dad, and she wants to talk to you last. Leticia is like sort of, she's keeping it together, but like as best as you physically can in this situation, so she's still very clearly not doing great.
Delilah, it is taking a lot of restraint from Delilah not to be like, why on earth would you just pass up the opportunity to see your mom one more time? Who cares that it was yesterday? Why not today as well? And God, oh, does she actually pressure that? I think Delilah would.
No.
Dear, I don't mean to be rude, especially now of all times. Do you want to see her?
She slowly, her chest arches up, and then she exhales, and she actually shakes her head. No. I wanna be here and around, but like, we spent the entire day together yesterday, and she said she wanted my memories of her to be the best I ever had, and they were. I think she wanted to go out with that level of dignity.
I see. Oh, I have an idea, and can I do an empathy roll to see if my idea would be a good idea or not?
Ooh, yes. Like to get a read on Leticia?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll do a roll to die.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this case, you would want to you would want to ban one of her you'd want to ban one of her stats, basically. So basically you're going to do a roll to do and try to inform the way that she reacts to this, taking a guess on Leticia's stats. And yes, Leticia does have a character sheet. I know what her stats are.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I will ban red. And I'm going to assume for her, what were Dario's colors?
Dario's colors. I can reveal this. Yeah, I'll fucking reveal this to stream. Dario's colors from the top. This is a reward for Tilly's performance in the last session. From the top, his 3 colors are peace, love, and understanding, and he only has peace and understanding. Love is permanently wounded.
I see.
It was his blue.
I'm going to ban red, and I'm going to say if her father is peace, I'm going to assume that red might be like war.
Oh, that's fun.
That's my only guess, just because she's also a big fighter.
Yeah. So she's gonna basically react with a red stat band, and she actually gets a very determined look on her face this time. And she looks up at you, Delilah, and she just nods once. It It's... I don't know. She sort of looks down and shakes her head. I don't know what I want to do.
Would you like to see her one more time?
She fervently kind of nods.
All right, dear. Just don't look at me. And Delilah will wiggle her fingers and create an illusion of Diana. Perfect health.
Oh.
With a big smile, and of course that classic smoke.
She breaks down crying.
Oh dear, no!
But like, it's a funny thing. She sees this and starts to cry, and you feel like you just broke a dam, kind of in a good way. She's gonna be here a bit.
I want you to know, I love you so very much.
Nodding.
But I know for a fact, it's not even close to what she felt for you.
She's just nodding and weeping.
I'll be back, all right?
She's just gonna sit there, and yeah, you head out and forward. By the way, her red stat was indeed her punch stat. It's called What's So Funny.
Oh, excellent. Love that.
So yeah, no, you got it correct.
Love that. That's very amusing.
Yeah, you wind up coming in and you see Morales fucking Testudo at the end of the hallway. She comes in and like looks at you, doubles back, says something to Dario. Dario starts to move away, kind of nods, and then shifts past, and he looks at you, Delilah, for a second, big puffy red eyes, just kind of nods and then runs past.
She wants to say something, but knows that.
Yeah, if you want to, you can absolutely stop him. He's gonna fucking go to his daughter otherwise.
I don't think she will. I think she's of the mentality of like, Dario doesn't want to talk to me right now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you start to move forwards, and Morales kind of moves in. She requested to speak with you first and foremost. We can discuss the specifics at any later point, but I think you should take your time now.
I agree. Thank you.
She just quietly nods, and like, it's funny. After this, Morales would actually apologize, and intentionally do so, from the bottom of her heart for her failure to save this person. It was extremely heartfelt, and one of the few times you felt like you got through to her as a person. Of course, it immediately turned around to that grilling scene that we were talking about earlier, because Morales is still Morales Testudo. But in this moment, you felt absolute empathy with you and your current situation. And you also felt perhaps some professional ire of a doctor that failed to save a patient.
Yeah. Delilah comes in very slowly. Hey.
Hey there. Oh, thanks for humoring me.
Of course, why would I not?
Well, that pact both of us made when Mom was dying. First of all, I'm happy to see a smiling face by my bedside. You are not smiling. As a stark contrast to when she moved on.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be a liar, especially to my sister.
She sort of exhales. Hey, I wanted to ask you a few things.
Of course. Okay. Of course, anything, dear. Well, actually, before we start chatting, Delilah reaches to her side and she pulls out a nice little kind of case and lightly sets it in Diana's lap. I made you pheasant dinner with the mashed potatoes and corn, and everything you like.
Like that. Ah, thank you so much. Those supply lines you're building are really paying off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, thank you for letting me try.
Ah. She peeks one eye open. Partial wink. Diana's dedication to being cool, even on her deathbed, is absolute. Like, she winks one eye open. I did nothing more than clear the way. she she shakes her head and uh
That is more than anyone else has done for me.
I, that a few years back, you remember me asking you if you want to be my vizier or something, my second in command?
I do, yeah.
You still want the job? She's blinking rather heavily.
I don't think it's about what I want. It's. She reaches over and pats Diana's hand. It's what you need me to do.
With that, almost all of the like coolness and composure sort of drifts away. I'm I'm scared. Not for me,
Oh,
for my daughter. I don't I've lived my life in the shadow. And I don't know if this is it catching up to me or something else, but I've been I've been ready for this a long time. I don't ever want to make her feel like she has to get ready for something like this. Uh, she mumbles off, sort of looks ahead. So can you carry it for her? His family's legacy? I talked to I talked to Dario. It's gonna be Letitia Lucent, she says. The words ring out, and you realize this is the first time you've heard them in one of your memories. They bounce around, resounding like a fucking iron cage off of the sides of your mind. So, no Letitia Deltano, like we were planning. Ain't nobody around anymore to complain about that, though, so.
of course, dear. Absolutely. Uh, she will not be a Deltano, but she can still be my family, I presume.
She she sort of like looks over and looks at you surprised, like something that didn't properly factor into, I guess, her worldview. I always forget it works like that for you.
Why wouldn't it? Family isn't just about name or a bloodline. For me, it's always been if I was cooking dinner and I heard a knock at my door, would I always include them in my dinner table? You, Dario, and of course Leticia. All three of y'all, every time.
That's that's real different, she says, mumbling off. I can't say can't say that's what family ever was to me.
What was it for you, dear?
It was my immediate family, the ones I fought for, and then there was my family that I had to say was my family. Her eyes sort of cast across the room and sort of focus on Morales. That one over there, she ain't family. she's she's part of my business. She's part of that family. But would I invite her in? No. I'm half sure she's the one who put me in this bed. She relaxes back. Morales hears every word of this and fidgets uncomfortably. Delilah, you know Morales didn't do this. Almost intuitively in this moment, you know that Morales didn't cause this to happen. That, however, will not stop the instincts of a lifelong mobster on her deathbed.
Delilah does not dispute that because she does not think it would be a wise argument to have, especially for someone's last moments. And Delilah just nods. If it's any consolation, I don't think she'd be at my dinner table either.
Morales is just gonna low-key take a wound over in the corner really quick. That's great. She sort of shakes her head. Sorry I wasn't a better aunt to Doris.
Like the sorry really catches her off guard for a moment.
This is the first time I think she said it to you. Like, oh god, this is the first time in a decade at least, maybe 2.
It's all right, dear. I think you did a great job. You know, you're always a fighter. You're so damn tough. Also, you're tall.
She gets a big grin on her face. Sure am.
Still wearing them damn heels even now. But no, in all honesty, I think you were wonderful because you did encourage her. You know, there were plenty of times she beat up our own guys, and you didn't scold her. In fact, you told her she did a good job.
Well, if she could put our boys to task, then she starts to rattle off. Nah, it wasn't that. I was proud. If all this is, all this living in the shadows stuff is what brought me down, I'm glad she's having a chance to live in the light. And Letitia? Oh, she's got a fire in her.
That she does.
You, regardless, you make sure that fire is pointed at the right people, okay?
Always, dear. But I'll be perfectly honest, I trust her enough that I don't think I'll need to provide much guidance.
You're starting to sound like Dario. She laughs.
The difference is if she does get out of line, I'll do something about it.
She lets out another chuckle. Counting on you for that. And as the Deltano had, Vieira gets out of line. You knock their heads about too. You hear?
I will do my best. And I'll be perfectly honest. I think I'm going to do a pretty bad job, but I'm going to try. And I'm going to do it my way. I hope you don't mind.
She nods. Yeah. You shouldn't try to do it my way. No one could do this job as well as I could. She still stretches. So you find your own path, okay? Try to do something that I couldn't. I'd be disappointed if my little sister lived up to be an inferior version of me. It's like Mom and Dad always said. You're just different. And she looks out and across, and you can see the light sort of fading from her eyes. Hey, do me a favor, okay?
Yes, dear.
Can I see that smile of yours? Just once?
Of course, dear. And she puts on her biggest, bravest face, but she's starting to cry a little bit.
You do that, and with those words, Diana Deltano passes from this world. I'm gonna bring us back to the main room. And delete the crap out of that one. It all sort of fades away. And yeah, a brilliant light gets added to the cauldron. This time growing incredibly powerful.
I guess I did tell a lie.
Oh.
Because I don't even remember a kid. I don't know who Leticia is.
They all sort of start to move in. I think this might fall under the previous category that we discussed. The face begins to shift. An illusion is impassive. It's something that shouldn't be able to sway with the emotions, but there's a sudden spike along with your tears, and the face drops. A lie of omission, a murder because you were unable to help. Are those one and the same? I think that's an important answer to find for yourself. You don't remember her kid, certainly. Does that mean you've been lying about it all along? The forms begin to sort of shift and move around.
I don't know.
Hmm.
How could I forget everything that happened? We spent so much time together. We were working to make Riviera better.
They start to shift and move around you a little bit. And exactly for this reason, is it worth tolerating the whims of magic? He sort of gestures around. This feast that you're building right now is the next great awakening. Perhaps when a situation like this arises again, arm yourself better so that you may not be hurt in the same way. And then the voice sort of stops and falls. I feel like I'm speaking with someone else's voice and conscience. How odd. Emotions bleeding into me. Truly a delectable dish, he says, looking back over at the cauldron.
What do you mean by that?
This space, it's full and alive with all of your thoughts and memories. It was so empty at first. And then the finger snaps and you realize this banquet hall, it has another shape. It's empty. This is an empty space in your very real house. This is the Deltano mansion a long time ago. It had this big wing attached onto it that very few people actually wound up exploring. Very rarely used. The Deltanos were terrifying at the time. No one came to their parties. So, you always found it to be interesting. You thought it'd be wonderful to see people arranged around this spot. And just like that, the illusion snaps back in, and you are back in that brilliant dining hall. This time surrounded by smiling people. This is what your magic makes possible. And this is the will you exert upon the world. This, perhaps, is the shape that you would like to see this dining hall take. Surrounded by smiling people and filled with delicious food. Your emotions are what characterize this place, and it is your magic that has created the food and all of the partygoers. He speaks up. But it is as you said earlier, fakes, like us, are born from something real. Your real efforts in the real world. The real things that you've experienced out there have characterized this place. This dining hall is built for you, certainly. You will be the one to determine the dish that brings it all together. You're the host of this party, after all. They shift and dance around you.
Of course. Well, is there anything I can do to make those memories real? Please.
They start to move forward and in. That, ultimately, is up to you. You, your magic, the strength of your illusions. I'm sure you know better than anyone that an illusion created can border on reality. Perhaps you will be the one to bring that illusion into the real world. To turn something that once existed into something that now exists once more. This mind sort of trails off. But that, for exactly that reason, is it particularly necessary that you master your gift. Let's just move forward.
I don't know why I forgot about her. It made me a liar to my own sister.
Well,
but I am gonna fix it.
Gets a big smile on his face. Fantastic. Well, let's make sure that you have the strength in that head and in that heart to make it there. And he gestures over to the big cloud of smog.
You know, my parents would have said I wouldn't have had the strength, that I was broken. She just pats her chest. No, it's too damn big to break.
The smile just widens further. Big, toothy grin.
It's definitely had a few hiccups along the way, but it's only made it stronger. I don't know who you are, Leticia, but I am not going to fail you again.
You move in. And you reach for the next one. How you feeling this time?
I think Delilah is... Oh, she's definitely sad,
Yeah.
you know. But I think she is trying to put on a very brave face right now. But I think sad is definitely the one that she's leaning into mostly, unfortunately.
Okay. Sad but putting on a brave face. I got something for that.
Oh.
Here it is. Oh, boy. Yeah, I got something good for this. You're gonna like this one.
Oh.
Probably. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let's do it. Sad putting on a brave face. This one. Doink. Great to have one for everything. Let's see. Drop that one. You find yourself adjusting again to the light of your apartment. You see two people out in front of you. One of them is opening the door, and she's looking down. She's sort of bent over a little bit. And she's examining someone on the other side. Someone smaller than her. Someone smaller than her that will not for much longer be smaller than her. You look across. Let's get this one. You look across, and sort of the shape that you see, you recognize almost immediately. You've thought of this memory a lot. This is the day that Doris got into her first fight.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, you remember her. She got like a black eye. Like it was kind of bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
animate or to animate or not to animate.
If I animate, will I have enough for the last one?
Yes, you will.
Oh, okay.
You've been. Actually, no, you won't. Thinking about it, yeah, no, you won't.
Yeah, nope, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to RP this out, but I don't want to burn it here. And if by chance the last one is like very, very important, so Delilah will not burn. Also, I don't think she wants to see a hurt Doris.
Yeah, there is. Give me a d6 roll.
Sure. Mm-hmm. 6.
Ooh, a 6. Let me double check which one.
Is it Kazuya again?
Hello, Noah. There's actually a set of people that I haven't grabbed from. Oh, you know what? This one actually makes too much sense. The real person that you rolled. So I got a list. There's 2 people on this that I'm like, I will definitely do these ones for sure. But I wanted to use Kazuya because you rolled him, and I'm like, oh, that one works perfect. There's 2 characters that I'm like, these will definitely show up because they're fun. The one you rolled from the har this one's funny list, since we probably will not be getting another random one, was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we had a bunch of people that Delilah has interacted with over the past like week or 2 that's like might stick in your brain weird. So we had like Sarai Scarlatti, we had Kazuya, we had Morales. The one you just rolled was Noctua, which would have been hysterical because it would have been, I don't know who this is.
I don't know what she was in a fight. What are you sad about?
Why are you sad about this? What is happening? No. The person who comes, who springs into being, that you're going to have to explain this to, is probably someone who you can reminisce with this about. The one that I promised would show up in this.
Hello, Mama.
Oh, My sweet little peach. I've had a hell of a day. Can I have a hug real quick?
I'll do my best. Intangible or not, but she'll at least make the gesture.
Yeah, it probably just phases through, and for a moment that just like really gets
Yeah.
her, like, oh my god. But then she calms down. All right, well, that was horrifying. Anyways, oh baby girl, you really shocked me that morning. Because it was morning, which means you were out there bopping people so early in the day.
The night has to get an early start, Mama. Now, what
Huh.
happened to cause all this? I think I remember.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking. Delilah's racking her brain on names because this was how many years ago do you think
This
it
would have
was?
been, God, actually, you know what? You guys explain the scene to me. This would have been when she was young as hell. Like, probably, like early double digits, probably.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Barely 10.
Yeah. Well, I remember there was some folks stirring up trouble in Seaside. So obviously you were making the rounds without my permission, I might add. One of the
I had to
very
get the route down, Mama. Wouldn't do me any good to get lost in the dark, now would it?
I completely agree, but that's why you walk with your mama the first few times. And besides, you were 12 years old. I don't need you bopping around there by yourself that early in the morning. But
They were bullies, Mama. And I told you, you recall, that I did in fact tell them nicely to stop.
you did
And
do that.
not listen.
They did not listen, but they certainly listened after that. Yeah, no, and you took a heck of a shiner, and I was so scared because, I mean, you know how it is for folks. We're so different between us, just like your aunt, couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and I didn't. It's like Jeremiah, like if he gets hit, boy, it lasts for a long time, and he's pretty fragile, and I know you're tough, but I didn't know yet, and baby girl, you were really all I had for a while. And the idea, it appeared to me that I realized you could just disappear too. That you could get hurt, that you weren't invincible like I truly believed you were. And you were doing the nightly thing. You were helping those kids who were getting bullied, and boy, they certainly didn't do that again.
They sure
Um,
didn't.
And weirdly, I was proud of you. I mean, I'm always proud of you. Let me make that very clear, dear. But you took that hit and you didn't cry at all about the pain or nothing. You were just worried about other people.
I didn't
And
cry until you came and looked so upset.
oh, I didn't mean to yell at you. Oh,
I know.
oh.
You were doing what a mother should.
And I think it was also that moment as well that it clicked with me. I'd never really tell you this, but I can tell whatever you this is.
She nods.
You looked so much like him that I was afraid that you might get something on the inside that was like him, but no. You came marching in, big smile as always, actively helping folks, only ever love in your heart, and I knew you could only get that from me. And selfishly, it made me think, hell, maybe I am an okay person. And you've always You've always just been my sunshine. No matter how bad my days have gotten, you just make them better. And I don't know if anything can hurt you, but if anything were to take you away from me, I think it's the first and only time I might be a real Deltano. Because you're what makes me Delilah.
You poured all the good you had into me.
As much as I could.
Say it stuck.
I think so too. And I'm very proud of you. Oh boy, I'm glad you got good at fighting, dear, because I just couldn't handle these bruises and things. They always scared me so much.
Now I have armor that ain't just a toy painted pink. I have real armor now.
That you do. And that actually reminds me, probably gotta get you new armor because you keep growing like a damn weed.
Oh, Mama.
Oh. When I see you, the real you, you better get ready for a big hug, dear.
I'm looking forward to it, Mama.
Oh, God, I love you to pieces.
I love you too. You know that's true. Deltanos don't lie.
Oh, baby girl. Don't you ever leave me.
Nothing could make me. I'm unstoppable.
You're my little knight. And one day, you're not just going to be my hero, you're going to be everyone's.
I'm gonna be the knight my mama raised me to be.
Well, you certainly fight better than her. Oh. Oh.
Only because we found a good trainer for me to squire under. And who found that?
Oh boy, I'm actually drawing a blank. I think it's just because, oh my God, my brain has been rushing all day. Who was the first person we had you squire under? Oh God, oh hell. I'll ask you when I see you.
Don't you worry. I'll remember. If that's out there, I mean.
Of
If
course.
you don't, I'm afraid I can't draw much more than a blank myself right here.
I know. And I appreciate you trying and being so kind. Oh, goodness. I hope I haven't disappointed you.
You never have. This is the Doris that exists in your mind, but you know your daughter, the daughter that you raised. She doesn't lie, and you know that when you're looking into these eyes, you're looking into a recreation of the ones you have seen so many days for so many years, and you know what's behind them. It's admiration and it's love.
Delilah just smiles and looks back at this scene, and probably at some point she didn't even notice them walk by her.
Yeah.
And just hearing loud, like, and just muffled. But eventually it does devolve into just Delilah hugging Doris and essentially having the same conversation.
You play it out. And with that, you sort of fade back in. Another brilliant light being ignited. I think it's hysterical the order that we've done these in, because there is one left. You come back in, and another light ignites in the cauldron. Oh, a profound one. very simple, core, grounding, awakening. Less of a brutal stab than the last few, wasn't it?
It's been refreshing, I'll say that much.
Well, I'm actually quite curious what the final memory could contain. What has been chased around to the corners of your mind? Very interesting.
Well, seeing it's by all these wonderful treats, I hope it's something sweet.
You reach out and you engage with the final memory. Let me get it ready. This one will be very, very simple.
Mm.
I like this one's actually fucking hysterical.
Oh no!
Did it happen like this? Yeah, no. Let's see.
Oh no.
And this one you will be able to animate with your powers. Let me see. Grab that one. Oh god, I gotta get the Kodama. Oh god, hold on. let me hit this.
Oh my Kodama.
I gotta get the fucking Kodama. No, that's God, that's so dire. This one? This is also pretty dire, but whatever, it'll come on, give me something. Yeah, this one's good. It's a little too not dire. That's fine. If I fight with the jukebox, we'll be here all night. Okay. This one. Let me double check. Yeah.
So I love this desserts table. There's so many things I've never seen before.
Really fucking good on this map.
No, this is a gorgeous map, and I'm really glad because I was afraid that the opener we were in here for so short. I was like, oh no, Mask worked hard on this.
No. Trust me. There's stuff related to this. So yeah, you Delilah, you reach out to this final memory, and you wind up connecting with this one actually fairly easily. I'm not going to ask you your emotional state because there's only one left. And you come in, and you actually remember this moment. It's a funny thing because chasing these memories around your head is almost like it feels like you're searching for something deep and profound frequently. Like I've got to find the anchors of my life. I've got to find these moments that stand out against the present and that sort of define me as a person. This moment does, but it's easiest to overlook moments like these. In the grand fullness of time, it becomes simple to look back, but in the present, it can actually be kind of difficult to see where we stand. You come back, and you find yourself. Where is it? Gotta find the exact map. You come back to a place you've actually been recently. Nothing complex about this one. This is a night you remember. It was an extremely nice one. This is the night that Fade pulled you aside and gave you a private concert along with your daughter.
Oh.
That's it. This moment for you, you can tell, looking around at it, at the sheer familiarity of how this scene unfolds around you, this moment for you will become one that is a cornerstone of your psyche. But for now, it rests uneasy in the mind, still finding its right crevasses to settle into. Give me that roll to do to get the scene playing.
Let's see here. I better drop my swing just in case. And this is the present. So
yeah, this is quite literally the present.
And blue.
Okay.
Ooh, bad blue, but that's all right.
So, difficulty of this scene is this. Oh, thanks, Noctua. Okay. Let me start. Yeah, let's grab a good song for this. This one attains an almost dreamlike quality as it starts to play over. And you settle into the scene just as easily as you did the last one. You remember this clear as day. It happened just the other week. And you look across as Fade Philadelphus, during sort of all the craziness of the last month or two, actually invited you aside for a little private concert. He plays up on stage a bunch of different musical styles that you've never exactly heard or engaged with before, but you have a fantastic evening with your daughter. If I recall correctly, this is one of the times that you this is the moment in the present that you reconnected with her.
Yeah. And this is not like the day before Veils one. This is like actually.
Yeah. So I'm gonna leave that up to you. If you want to make it the day before Veils, feel free. Alternatively, Fade pulled you aside for a private concert. Doesn't matter too much in my mind. If you want to make it more significant, feel free. It's your scene. Take it away. I wanted to give you something from the present.
Yeah. I think this is a more recent one then.
Excellent. Let's say over the course of the last month.
Yeah. Delilah just looks over to Doris. Oh, dear, I'm so thankful that you were able to accompany me. We've both been very, very busy, and I really appreciate this.
Doris has been enraptured by the music, applauding heavily after each one.
This is post you punching Fade in the face, we're also gonna say.
Oh!
Yeah, so like you're feeling a bit better about that. Like
okay. Good to know. Yeah. I can't believe I was so unkind to this gentleman the first time we met. I knew he was a great, fantastic performer, but a private venue like this, my goodness, you really hear the most of it. Isn't he phenomenal, Mama?
Oh, I mean, he's positively fantastic. And I must admit, she kind of tilts her head and looks at him. I am still trying to figure out his fashion, but it makes him happy. And like, honestly, he makes it work. And, you know, I think I've learned a lot from engaging with him, because I unfortunately had some notions that I believed to be true about him until I actually spoke with him. And I'm very thankful they were all completely wrong.
Extremely serious face. I know exactly what you mean.
And I think I think what it is it reminded me that things are not precisely black and white. And like, real Delilah actually has a moment of like, I feel like this was discussed somewhere before. Which is why I hope you have learned from this, is that it's important to get to know folks a bit more and figure out the reason they do things. Now, that doesn't mean everything's all hunky-dory, and, you know, sometimes it is just bad. But there are times where we unfortunately need to skirt that line to make sure other folks are happy and safe.
Doris heaves a sigh. Ah, it seemed so much easier when I was little. I knew what good was good and bad was bad, but the longer I'm doing this for real, the more I start worrying about the things that don't quite fit together. You can see that she gives you kind of a thoughtful look, and then turns away to look back at the stage.
Dear, I've been on this planet twice as long as you, and I am still trying to figure it out. But that is why we can rely on one another. Because there are plenty of times where I have made just disastrous decisions, but you have been there to help me get back on my feet. And I hope I've done the same for you.
Oh, you most certainly have, Mama. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come and talked to me about... Oh, still can't believe I struck him. Poor man. Although we did have a lovely conversation about capes afterwards.
Oh, well, that's charming.
It does feel quite embarrassing for that to have been our first true meeting.
Well, I mean, you can't always plan it out. I mean, life ain't exactly a fairy tale. But the thing is that we learn from it. And, you know, Uh, she's just kind of like at a loss as to what to say precisely, but then she turns back. I'm just glad that you are open to ideas and that you are willing to give things more opportunity, or at least now more so than ever, because I don't always do good things. I've definitely been better more recently, but it ain't always been clean.
Doris is looking at the little lamp on the table and is just looking really thoughtful. And then she raises her eyes. I think I am fortunate, as terrible as that is to say, to have made such a mistake. Because I feel like I understand a little bit more the things that what's in your life, the things we don't talk about. And I can't imagine how terribly difficult it must be to carry things like this every day.
I assure you, the only reason I don't tell you is because, one, a lot of it's in the past, and I realize that that's not a good excuse, but when I say that, I mean we don't do it anymore. There are a lot of things that the Deltanos have done that I'm not pleased with at all. A lot of it I had no control over, and I've been slowly steering that ship back.
I certainly don't fight any more Deltano goons anywhere near as much these days.
But if you see anyone causing trouble, you give them a good bop. If
Always
they
bop.
don't, after you talk to them.
Yes, gotta give them a chance to discuss it first. I tell you this, I felt, one of the reasons I felt so awful about what happened to Mr. Philadelphus, I absolutely did not give him the chance. I made my own assumptions, and all just because I got a little invested. I let my emotions get the better of me just because some wayward folks of his, as it turns out, were stirring up some trouble, and they hid behind his name. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they do stir up a lot of trouble. And to be perfectly honest, I actually wasn't aware of that situation where Fade's being quite the gentleman and trying to, I guess, reform them. You know?
Either. That's the most amazing thing. And I realized he's just like you. Well, not anywhere near as. He's less elegant. I don't pretend to understand fashion, but
it's something else. But I appreciate hearing that, dear, because I actually think he's a very good person.
I'm grateful that, I mean, I still don't understand. We had a good talk. We had a good talk about what exactly he gets up to, and not all of it is so good, but we had a lot of talk about why he does the things he does, and even the bad stuff, and it's not so bad. Like, I thought he would be much worse. The way but I've had to deal with the worst of his ruffians, so that would color my impression.
Well, I'm sure there's some of his best of ruffians after dealing with you. I'm sure they've learned their lesson very quickly.
If they don't, I'll make sure they do next time.
All right, dear. But that does actually make me think. How's that Knights of the Round Table going for you? Did you still need help getting that all organized, or?
I think I do. I would like that, Mama, a great deal. Something about all this that's happened makes me think that I still believe knights are important. There need to be people who belong to codes, who care about good and bad. And I'm thinking that, but I think that maybe I don't quite know what good and bad are as best as I thought I did. I think I need to find people who, well, I don't think anybody rightly does. I thought I did, and I sure don't. I want to find people to join who
aren't bad, but are gonna be good at helping me understand when the bad needs to be worked with. Cherubim looks like king. This is hard, Mama. I need help.
Delilah just reaches over and pats her hand. I know, dear, and that's why I've always encouraged it, and I've said it time and time again. That's why we work together. You and me will fix this.
I'd like that a lot, Mama.
Well, then let's make it happen.
You start to think that out, and like you start to recollect on that idea. And looking back on this memory, you start to realize why this was so potent. This idea of engaging with peers that can sort of assist you with the right and wrong, not those lost in the murky darkness. You send your senses out through this place, Delilah. You did even at the time, and you could feel the history of this building. Windrose's sensitivity is a potent thing, and a place with a long and storied past is something that hangs tangibly in the air and almost dances across the various alcohols served in this place. This speakeasy has been around for years and years and years. A single meeting point that serves as sort of during violent times, a peaceful place for the members of Riviera, but during during times like these, a unifying point for your cause. And your eyes sort of cast across, and you start to see people lined out around the room. Sarai Scarlatti and his sons ordering a drink after a long day at the casino. And just like that, they disappear just the same. And another fluff. You see Bettel Illman of the Illman family scheming something over in the corner, coming up with some big grandiose plan likely to further his name. His spirit in tow, as well as his sidekick, he similarly disappears into dust. With a roar, someone flies past your head. In the middle of some sort of fight or engagement here, a man crashes into a table and sends it splintering, and someone over in the corner is impaled to the wall, actually pretty brutally, and they disappear with a fluff. A man walks into the room and actually stops and tries to get the bartender's attention. He moves into the space, and someone starts to walk over, and someone walks in behind him. And J-Man,
this guy walks up behind him, takes a look at him, reaches into his coat, pulls out a gun, and just shoots this dude in front of him 3 times, then turns around and goes back up the stairs.
And with that, they're gone with the fluff. And the table immediately next to you, you see Illyria Testudo sitting with her mom / caretaker, trying to work over new details about her new relationship. And finally, at the corner of your mind, you see something. Something touches down, barely there, a remnant, a coal still contained in Riviera. Some burning ember that's still smoldering out there somewhere. 2 people talking to each other, vaguely at the periphery of your vision. And with that, you find yourself back in the hall. A memory once again reignited inside of you. You believe you see the shape of Riviera. And yeah, all 6 stars have been successfully connected here. The illusion starts to guide you back over. Oh, wondrous, splendorous! To think that a dish like this could be created from simply going out and experiencing things out in the world. What an interesting thing.
It's certainly something else. I won't lie. Parts of this have been really wonderful. And she thinks back to the storytelling with Doris and just, anything involving Doris, quite frankly. And her own sister even the ones where it was pretty rough, she appreciated those. And there's also been plenty of terrible. And honestly, there's been a lot I was surprised by. And I hope to learn from it. And
Wow.
more importantly, I hope to remember it.
They smile and sort of like gesture forward. Now, it'd be wrong of us to immediately partake on a dish you took yourself. Please, you, of course, get the very first bite.
Well, I need to make sure it's actually pretty good. Never cooked this, I've never cooked pheasant this way before. Delilah actually thinks, in that memory with Diana, did she ever take a bite of that pheasant?
Never did.
Sucks.
You never got a taste of it. You left it for her. You never got to see what it was like. But you know what? That's actually kind of fine, because you might get a taste of it now. And almost like that, this heavenly bird seems to exist in front of you, the grand turkey pheasant. And
Oh,
it's big.
I didn't know pheasants got that big.
The illusionist for a split second does not believe her own illusion, but it's funny. You, like, even though that's absolutely a joke and fucking hysterical, like, that second of disbelief normally causes it to waver or flicker. Like, disbelief is an illusionist's greatest enemy. But for some reason it doesn't. It doesn't run like oil off of a painting. It does not slip like the color from a flower. Instead it remains absolute. Do you take a bite?
Yeah, I think Delilah will take a bite. She's like, I've already gone this far, and I mean, it would be rude. They already offered that I take the first one.
You reach out and you wind up like you take a good portion of this, and hell, it's a dream, it's an illusion. You can do whatever the heck you want, and you reach out and you wind up taking a bite. And for a moment, you're back here. You're back in the normal hall. You're empty. It's empty. It's all turned to dust. And snaps you back even further. You're back here. You're in the foyer. You wandered out in the middle of the night and you just dreamed up that big illusionary expanse. And that thought that dances across your mind is the word that most clearly brings your magic into reality. Think. It's all you can think about in this moment. And then you bite down and the flavor spreads throughout, and the gold, bit by bit, starts to expand back. And you're in that hall again. The real world that you woke up to, that is the thing that's in the past. And even right now, fake things are starting to come from that which is real. And that, my friends, is where we'll end it.
Aw, very nice.
Excellent. Yes. So I wanted a hint on where to take Delilah's magical expansion next. So I'm like, you know what's a fun way for me to figure out exactly what the next level of your magic is going to be? Let's have you RP it out. And you know what? This gave me a lot of brilliant ideas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This was really, really cool.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that was very fun.
Both of you, great job.
I mean, right back at you. I mean, and thank you, J-Man. You did a lovely job killing Cassie and shooting him at least.
I love messaging J-Man with a dumb idea again in the middle of this session because I'm like, hey, I'm gonna do this fucking stupid thing, and J-Man's like, yeah.
You're both legends.
Yeah, do it. Shoot Cassie, this will be funny. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for playing. We got fan art.
Sure do.
Oh, hell yes.
So, first off, before we begin, thank you to Lester 2020 as per usual for putting together this imgur. Let's get started.
Thank you so much, Lester.
Everybody
Thank
watching?
you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. First up from Zephyr Zers, we have the one who hurts the baby. High five. Bang, bang.
Oh, baby.
Fuck you.
I guess he did
No
drown.
hurting baby, Lila. He did drown.
And then from Lester 2020, we got Rev.
Rev.
Fuck, this is really good.
Nice.
I'm glad that the Rev lore has infiltrated the stream.
Yeah.
Damn, all these gritty reboots.
Yeah. And then from God of Trash, got Baby Delilah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Baby
Oh, baby.
Delilah.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And then from this 2020, got Baby Delilah.
Yeah. Little cat grin.
Yeah.
I love the little cat grin a lot, by the way.
Little baby.
And from middle, we have a Bathrobes Delilah.
Oh.
Yes, a big soft robe.
Oh yeah, she makes sure of it. And of course it's too
Oh,
big
yeah.
for her.
14
No,
is too large.
they don't make them small enough.
Yeah. And then from
Oh.
Civ.
Thank you.
I like Civ's text that accompanies this. Oh, that's a baby!
Oh,
I love that wiggly mouth. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, thank you.
And then from Murderous Dragon.
Oh,
Doris is just punching a dragon in the nose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Baby.
cry. That's so good. A little
oh,
missing tooth.
Yeah.
lovely.
And then from Cookout Trash Bin, got
Aw.
Delilah waiting.
Stories.
Very nice.
Can
Oh,
you
with
get pink,
illusions.
Mama?
Oh, it's a little gift too. That's very nice.
Aw.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Wonderful.
Edgar doesn't seem to be running the GIF version, but that's okay.
That's okay. We can
Well,
pop
that's
that
alright.
over.
Yeah.
Hee hee.
And then from Cookout Trash Bin, it says it's a 3-step story. Step 1, Nocti gets stuck on a bench.
Oh, I've got the text. Oh, huh. I am stuck. What are you doing, friends? Why are you walking closer to me? Why do you look menacing? Step 2, teach, help, teach, please help me. Teach, I'm stuck in the curtains. I can't go. Teach, help, please, teach, help, please, teach, help, teach. Teach. Okay, first, but I gotta go help Sonder get Fade out of a couch cushion. I swear I'll be back for to help you out of those curtains, Nocti. Step 3, SpongeBob narrator 2 minutes later, Nocti. Well, since Teach is not helping me out of the curtains and I can't free myself any other way, I suppose I will just have to cut my way out. Lovely,
She goes up there.
fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I like this storytelling.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And then from Sour Badger, got
Oh,
Oh,
baby.
Yeah.
baby Lila art is filling me with power. Oh my god, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Baby Delilah.
And then
Ooh.
from Civ, yep. Got
Oh.
So fancy.
Damn, Civ.
Oh,
Damn.
wonderful.
Very
Thank you
nice.
so much. I really like the style going on here. This is fancy.
Fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, lovely.
And then from Zephyrs, we got the Christmas Goon.
Yeah.
Christmas
Like
Goon.
fucking
Listen.
Merry Christmas or something.
Get out of my
ATV.
fucking face. You better hope Pop Iris didn't teach me the Iris family kneecap exploding technique.
Oh, who am I kidding? That's only reserved to the highest ranks of Iris family members.
I have to unlock my final Iris chakra.
And unless for 2020, Genjo is here, and the throne
It
is
was
still
the
warm.
There we is.
Yeah.
Genjiro, if you rolled
Somebody.
a 3, Genjiro was one of the characters that could come out and like help explain a scene to you.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we put it in because we thought it was funny.
Your best
All
friend.
Tyler's doing here is making good decisions by beating up some jackasses. And then from Cookout Trash Bin, it's the Christmas Goon. No time for
Christmas Goon.
celebrations. He got work to do. Like not just bricking somebody's window.
God.
And from 2020, since we have
Oh,
Christmas
he's so
Goon,
dumpy.
Santa Claus. Yeah, instead of everyone's presents.
I feel safe assuming that's a Club Penguin edit.
It looks like
That's
it.
great.
And I just appreciate that.
And then from Zephyr Zers, we got the Outlaw and the In-Law.
They
Oh,
they
wow.
actually do have like looks that I would buy them on like fucking Old West style wanted posters.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like 100%.
Yeah, and then from 2020, he's wanting the food, even though this is an illusion.
Just add him there.
Yeah. From Blue
Oh,
Odyssey.
beautiful.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
No.
Left.
Oh, buddy.
So,
And
fun
also
story
Blue Odyssey.
about that exact image. I have the Tokyo Ghoul theme on like my YouTube keeps recommending it to me and will play sometimes. And while I was lying down brainstorming stuff for this session, I hit the 1 hour mix and I could hear it very muffled on this far side of the room going. And I'm like, oh. So that was the vibe of the session.
Yeah, and the last thing, Blue Odyssey, Dario is a Wojak. Change my mind.
I see.
Yes, I'm a
I've
fish.
fucking become a meme or whatever. Cool, right? I dyed my hair.
Let's see if we got anything else. Boop boop scrolling.
I think there's just a couple more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Two more.
Oh.
Extremely lovely.
Yeah, this
Look
is
at that
from
dress!
G.I. Joe.
I love that dress. That's a very Delilah dress.
Siren dress.
Very, very nice.
Oh, and you made her look like she's tall.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh,
Aww.
Big
you gotta
smile
have that
version.
big toothy grin.
Yeah.
Gotta have them.
Oh,
Nice. I
wonderful.
believe that's it. I can
Oh,
recheck
thank
one
you
more
all
time.
so much.
Yes, thank you everybody. This was fantastic. This was really, really cool.
Mhm. Oh no.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Cool.
Okay. Fucking fantastic work. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Join the Discord. Tell us if we did good. I was about to be like, tell us if we did bad, and I'm like, you
No.
No.
it's shit's welcome, but I'm tired.
Don't be
Like I'm fucking tired. I want to go to bed. Like I
Fair.
hope you all had a fantastic time watching, playing. Say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Good night, chat.
Bye.
Doodles.